Throughout 2022, Republican politicians repeatedly alleged wrongdoing by the president's son, Hunter Biden, during the past year. Whether on the Senate or House floors, press briefings, or in committee hearings, GOP lawmakers have detailed the alleged shady business deals, many of them international, engaged in by the younger Biden while his father was vice president. Republicans have long claimed that Hunter Biden, as well as the president's brother James, and potentially Joe Biden himself, have engaged in corrupt behavior. Hunter Biden has admitted to past struggles with substance abuse, but has steadfastly claimed that he has never engaged in improper business dealings. His father has long stood by his side as well. Following the midterm elections, House Republicans on the Oversight Committee pledged significant congressional action to investigate the Biden family.
Every once in a while, you need a special counsel for an investigation. If you have seen the news on Hunter Biden, James Biden, Biden Incorporated, including President Biden, it is time for a special counsel to figure out what are all of these special foreign deals that they have been conducting.
CPAC, are you enjoying your freedom in Florida? No masks, no vaccine mandates at the door. I mean, even socialists like AOC and Swalwell flee their communist-run states and come here. And who can blame them? They don't even want to live under the same communist policies that they support. Well, it's an honor to be with you today, and I'm blessed to call Florida home. I'm Congressman Greg Steube, and I'm honored to represent a district just south of here that we call the heartland of Florida, where there's more cows and citrus trees than people, and that's how we like it. So all you kind folk from up north who want to move here, well, that's just fine. You're welcome to come on down. God bless you. Just don't mess it up. It's hard to talk about the threat of China without touching on the other clusters that Biden has created throughout the world. And as someone who had the honor of putting on the uniform and deploying in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, I'm acutely aware of the weakness in leadership that leads to conflict, versus what we had in President Trump, which was peace through strength. What is happening in the Ukraine is a direct result of Biden's failures in Afghanistan. And because of his failures in Afghanistan and now the Ukraine, China knows that they can do whatever they want, and Biden will do nothing to stop them. America must have the will, the strength, and the intellect to counter the rise in threats that we face from our enemies. But as we speak, the U.S. is failing on the world stage because our president is compromised. Let's just put a few facts out there to illuminate the point. Hunter Biden's firm got $3.8 billion on a deal with a company associated with the Chinese Communist Party. That's $3.8 billion with a B. We know that Hunter was gifted a diamond worth $80,000 and paid an additional $10,000 per year from a Chinese energy company. We know for a fact that individuals from the Chinese energy company acknowledged to Hunter that he would withhold 10% of payments for the big guy. We know that Hunter's been a board member of an equity investment firm in Beijing since as early as 2013, and as of this summer, Hunter still owned a 10% stake in that company. And that's just China. Meanwhile, Hunter's raking in $50,000 a month from a Ukrainian company as well. Maybe that's why suddenly Biden wants to be tough on Russia. Everyone in the world knows what we know. Our president is completely and utterly compromised by these foreign interests. The Biden administration has brought immense corruptness and instability to our foreign relations. How can we possibly expect our allies to take the U.S. seriously on the world stage? At the end of Trump's first term, the administration stated that the Chinese Communist Party is, and I quote, the greatest threat to the America today. So tell me why the son of our vice president and now our president is receiving bribes from this country. So let me be clear. The rise of China is unlike any threat that the United States has ever faced. Their sophistication is unparalleled. But as we all saw in Afghanistan, the Biden administration can't even hold their own against a terrorist organization, who incidentally didn't kill anybody when President Trump was president. Conflict with China would be magnified to a point that our nation has never experienced before. Do you think that China has been watching what has happened in Afghanistan and now in the Ukraine? With their eye on Taiwan, the Chinese have sent nearly 1,000 military sorties into the Taiwanese airspace in just last year, and already 39 since the new year. We must ask ourselves this question: why now? Do you think this would be happening if President Trump was president? Of course not. Our enemies know they have a golden opportunity to take what they want, so long as the big guy is in the Oval Office. The Chinese want Taiwan for the same reason that Putin wants the Ukraine, and they know the time to strike is now, while the U.S. has these compromised, corrupt, and weak leaders in office. Under President Trump, the U.S. projected peace through strength. The U.S. is not the world's policeman, but our adversaries respected us and knew not to test us. Trump didn't start a single war. He kept us out of conflict for 4 years. And in just 1 year into Biden's presidency, we've seen 2 U.S. embassies close. And today, Europe is at war, and China is watching closely to make moves of their own. And we've already given the Taliban an entire country in the Middle East, along with billions in our military equipment and weapons. Biden is encouraging war through his weakness. We know Joe Biden and his family won't hold China accountable, and it's time that we flip the script. We can counter the rise of China, and conservatives have the solution. We need to sanction the Chinese Communist Party now. Why are we not holding them accountable for COVID? Let's support domestic production of products and tariff Chinese products. But the only way to do this is to take back the majority. Conservatives will take on China with the toughest package of sanctions ever proposed by Congress. We will sanction Chinese Communist Party leaders for their malign influence campaigns. We will end their internment of Uyghurs and their assault of Hong Kong. Our strategy is a whole-of-government response to protect the U.S. economy and putting America first while putting China last. President Trump was right. America First policies work, and they can work again. But we need Republican majorities in Congress and America First patriot back in the White House to do it. As long as the big guy is in office and Nancy Pelosi is running the House, nothing will change. We need you to help get Republicans elected and keep Republicans in office. Help America First candidates who will hold China accountable. CPAC, a big red wave is coming in November, and soon we will have leaders in America that make our country look like the beacon of liberty and freedom that it should. Thank you for fighting for freedom. Thank you for what you do to make America great. Enjoy freedom in Florida, and God bless each and every one of you.
With respect to what's going on now, it would have been so easy for me to stop this travesty from happening. He understood me, and he understood that I didn't play games. This would not have happened. Someday I'll tell you exactly what we talked about. But we talked about it. And he did have an affinity, there's no question about it, for Ukraine. I said, never let it happen. You better not let it happen. This is the only attack in history where the further he goes and the bigger it gets, and the worse it gets, and the more death that's caused, the more money he makes, because oil prices keep climbing higher and higher and higher. There's never been anything like that, where a warring nation, the more he makes it difficult to get oil, the more expensive it gets, and the more money he makes. And all those tanks roaming around are very expensive, but they're peanuts compared to the kind of money that he's making because of the tremendous increase in oil. You know, when I left, and during my term, oil was at $36 a barrel. Think of it, 36. Now it hit 100, and they think it's going to 150. So the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, a lot of countries, but Russia right now in particular is making more money than they ever dreamt possible. The cost of the war is very, very small compared to the kind of money they're taking in. There's never been a situation like that. It's horrible to watch. It's horrible because it's a disincentive for him to disengage. Remember, Joe and Hunter Biden got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife and were never allowed to explain in the debate. Remember we had the debate? And I said, hey, what'd you do with the $3.5 million that you got from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace, who I assume was now fired from Fox, which is good. He said that's not an appropriate question. That turned out to be another one. Trump was right. That turned out to be another very appropriate question. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Very rich family, I will tell you that. This is a conflict of interest, but at the same time, Joe Biden bragged unknowingly on tape, and this was on tape, can you imagine if I said it, about getting rid of a Ukrainian prosecutor, or he wouldn't allow $1 billion of American taxpayers' money to be given to Ukraine. They kept saying, where's the money, where's the money, where's the money? No, you got to get rid of that prosecutor, he's getting too close. Can you imagine if I did that? And he was on tape. And the fake news media, those people right there, refused to report it. And that's without mentioning the fact that China gave them $1.5 billion to manage. And he never managed money before, other than the money they got, probably. There's plenty of conflicts there. You don't have to even think about it. And the fake news didn't want to mention anything. They didn't want to talk about it. It was bad for the election. It was bad for our country in their mind, but they probably knew talking about it would have been good. We can never really bring our country back unless we get an honest media, because they're like the policing agent, and they refuse to air scandal. They refuse.
I'm glad. I heard the fishing trip last night with me went for a lot of money. See? If I were Hunter Biden, I'd put that in my pocket rather than going for a good cause, right? I'd be a little different. But we can't do that, right? That too. No, but think about how bad things are going right now. I'm going to play off of that, okay, sir? That the administration that currently is in charge wanted to put together a program to hand out crack pipes. Because you'd have to be on crack to think that they're doing a good job, okay? Like, just maybe. At least they found a program that Hunter could be in charge of, right? No, but think about what's going on. Look at what's happening out there. There's not a single success this administration has had, and yet, if you look daily, the press is fawning over them. You can see that Europe put in the sanctions that Joe Biden could have easily done a year ago, could have maintained what Trump had, could have done the right thing and actually led. But as my father said, and as we all know, he was sleeping. Right? While Europe was leading, Joe Biden was sleeping. And we say that without certainty, but we all know. Right? Of course he was.
Democrats have politicized our intelligence committee. You've watched it year after year since Adam Schiff has become chair. No, he doesn't warn us about Ukraine or Afghanistan or what's happening around the world. He tells you about politics. But the worst part of it is you cannot trust what he tells you, that he lies to us. Just watch what has happened. 2 years ago, Schiff stated the emails found from Hunter Biden were whole smear on Joe Biden comes from the Kremlin. That's what the head of the intel said. But if you recall, Jonathan Turley has an article written, I believe, in October 2020, after Schiff said this to the American public. And remember, the election's in November. But the director of national intelligence, John Radcliffe, said no, that's not the case. That there is no intelligence out there to base it upon what Adam Schiff, as the chair of the Intel Committee, was telling the country. And what did we just find out yesterday from the New York Times? Yes, it is Joe Biden's laptop. And yes, Adam Schiff lied to us one more time. Why is he still chair of the committee? And why is he even on the committee? In a new Congress, if it's a new majority, he will not be. You cannot make this committee political. You cannot use it as a position of a chairman to lie. And you should be focused on what the American people want you to be focused on around the world. How did you miss Afghanistan collapsing? How did you miss Ukraine? How have you missed every single part? Why? Because you're out lying about an impeachment and everything else. That's not your job. That's not your role. And we should be able to trust the chair of the Intel Committee to be honest with the American public, regardless of what political realm is in.
Remember we used to say, where's Hunter? Hunter's right now living very nicely, selling paintings for $500,000 a piece. I had a guy, they're doing a White House painting, right? A White House, beautiful White House painting, and I have to interview artists, and these are really talented people. And the one artist, he's phenomenal. His talent is incredible. He actually made a painting so good. I wish I was so handsome as this painting. But he made a painting so beautiful for the White House. I said, how much will that cost? He said, oh, I'd say about $25,000, sir. I said, you mean Hunter Biden, who never did a painting before, gets $500,000 and you're getting $25,000? What the hell is going on with that, David Perdue? What's going on with that, David Perdue? Tell me. But there's a new slogan you're hearing all across the country, and it's on hats. It's on the best-selling hat. It said, Trump was right. We were right about everything. And in addition to restoring the Trump energy policies, the United States must also immediately restore the Trump border policies. We have a border that's the worst. We have people coming into our country. They're let out of prisons from many countries, not just the 4 that I've always named, but from many, many countries. Last week, we have a man named Tom Homan someplace around here. Where the hell is Tom Homan? Where's the great Tom Homan? This is one of the greatest men. And is he central casting or what, Matt? He's central casting? The Tom Homan was the strongest person on the border. I mean, he's incredible. And I recommend they use him, but they don't want to do that because they actually want open borders. But last week, they had 129 people, 129 countries represented with people that came in.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record of this committee the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop, which I'm in possession of.
I'm not.
There's no objection to that.
So I can't say no objection.
I've never had.
I will object pending further investigation.
And what's the basis of that objection?
It's a unanimous consent request, and I object pending.
Very well, I have a subsequent question. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt.
It may very well be
from the Mac shop.
It may very well be entered into the record after we look at it further.
Very well, Mr. Chairman, I have a subsequent unanimous consent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt from the Department of
Mr.
Justice
Chairman, this is
to
Ms.
the
Deming.
Mac shop.
Am I next, or am I next?
Without objection, and now Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Assistant Director Vondra.
So where is it? The laptop.
Sir, I'm not here to talk about the laptop. I'm here to talk about the FBI cyber program.
You are the Assistant Director of FBI Cyber. I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is. Where is it?
Sir, I don't know that answer.
That is astonishing to me. Has FBI Cyber assessed whether or not Hunter Biden's laptop could be a point of vulnerability, allowing America's enemies to hurt our country?
Sir, the FBI cyber program is based off of what's codified in Title 18, or Title 18, Section 1030, a code which talks about computer intrusions, right, using nefarious intent network.
But you've talked about passwords here. I mean, Hunter Biden's password on his laptop was Hunter02. He drops it off at a repair store. I'm holding the receipt from Mac's Computer Repair, where in December 2019, they turned over this laptop to the FBI. And what now you're telling me right here is that as the Assistant Director of FBI Cyber, you don't know where this is after it was turned over to you 3 years ago.
Yes, sir, that's an accurate statement.
How are Americans supposed to trust that you can protect us from the next colonial pipeline if it seems that you can't locate a laptop that was given to you 3 years ago from the first family, potentially creating vulnerabilities for our country?
Sir, it's not in the purview of my investigative responsibilities.
But that is shocking that you wouldn't, as the Assistant Director of Cyber, know whether or not there are international business deals, kickbacks, shakedowns that are on this laptop that would make the first family suspect to some sort of compromise. Mr. Assistant Director, have you assessed whether or not the first family is compromised as a result of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, as a representative of the FBI cyber program, it is not in the realm of my responsibilities to deal with the questions that you're asking me.
Has anyone at FBI Cyber been asked to make assessments whether or not the laptop creates a point of vulnerability?
Sir, we have multiple lines of investigative responsibility in the FBI. They're all available in public source.
Well, I would think you'd know this one. I mean, I would think that if the president's son, who does international business deals, referencing the now president with the Chinese, with Ukrainians, I mean, have you assessed whether or not the Hunter Biden laptop gives Russia the ability to harm our country?
Sir, again, we can do this back and forth for the next couple of minutes. I don't have any information about the Hunter Biden laptop or the
But should you? I mean, you're the assistant director of FBI Cyber.
By the block and line chart, no, sir, I should not.
Who should we put in that chair to ask questions about this laptop that FBI has had for 3 years?
Sir, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation who should say.
So you don't have it, you don't know who has it, you don't know where it is, you're the assistant director. You know, earlier you talked about whether or not you were the Grant Hill or the Christian Laettner. It sounds like you're the Chris Webber trying to call a timeout when you don't have one. So I mean, who is it? Do you even know who has it? Do you know who we should put in that chair to ask these questions to?
No, sir, I don't know who has it.
Well, could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us briefings, thanks to Mr. Liu and Mr. Massey's question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million test drive on the Pegasus system that was being used to target people in politics, people in government, people in the media, people in American life. So will you commit to give us a briefing as the assistant director of FBI Cyber as to where the laptop is, whether or not it's a point of vulnerability, whether or not the American people should wonder whether or not the first family is compromised?
Sir, I'd be happy to take your request back to our office.
Gosh, I mean, will you advocate for that briefing? As in, you will?
I will be happy to take your request back to FBI headquarters.
Well, do you believe that that is a briefing that the Congress is worthy of having, I guess?
Sir, I'm not going to answer that question. Right? I'm here to talk. The
Is that
invitation,
timeout?
the invitation says oversight of the FBI's cyber division. It does not say anything.
Well, right, but I mean, this is a cyber asset. This is a point of vulnerability. If there are passwords, if there are business deals, if there are references to things that could harm our country, like you can't even sit here right now and say that you know that there's not a point of vulnerability. Maybe there are other crimes, maybe there are tax issues or whatever, but as it relates to our, I mean, is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? You don't even know if they're compromised.
To your point, I have not answered questions about the Hunter Biden laptop or about
the sensitive investigative matters.
I was just going to say that, if you let me finish, or about the sensitive investigative matter audit.
You know how many threat tags are on parents? How many of the threat tags that say EDU official have been assigned? How many cases now have that threat tag designation? Do you know anything about that?
Sir, no. All those questions should be referred to the Department of Justice.
Last week, in Mr. Biden's speech, he said this. I mean, just to emphasize, I can't figure this out. He said, when he's talking to business leaders, the magnitude of Russia's cyber capacity is fairly consequential, and it's coming, as we've talked about before, and as you've said as well. We'll help you, saying to the business leaders, we'll help you in any way to deal with cyber attacks. Do you think it helps the businesses who the president is asking to do everything you can to shore up your systems? Do you think it helps to release the most notorious Russian hacker we've ever apprehended?
Sir, I'm not going to answer any questions about Mr. Burkhoff's Secret Service case. As I said, the decision was made, through my understanding, through the ordinary course of action by the U.S. courts.
Well, you've agreed to give us briefings on other issues. Do you think there's someone at the FBI who can brief us on the Burkhoff situation?
Probably not, because it's not our case.
Do you think there's a chance Mr. Burkhoff's name was on the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, I have no idea.
No idea, and that says it all. That says it all, because we want someone in front of the committee, as Mr. Gates alluded to earlier. We want someone who can answer these questions about our constituents come up to me and talk to me about the school board situation. They come up and talk to me about the Hunter Biden laptop. They talk about all this. They're concerned with the fact that we had an FBI that has abused the FISA process, looks like they've abused this sensitive investigative matter process. We've sent letters on it not to get a response. And by the way, we did send a letter to the Biden administration on the Burkhoff situation, ask them to respond by 5 o'clock yesterday, got no response from them, and then the guy we send today, or the guy who comes in front of the committee today, can't answer any questions about that either. Seems to me that'd be the most important question that we'd want the witness, Mr. Chairman, to be able to answer is the whole, why did the United States of America let go Alexei Burkov? Why did we release him, put him on a plane back to Moscow when this is the biggest cyber threat we face is from Russia? With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
As the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio, for much time as he shall consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On October 22nd, 2020, just 2 weeks before the most important election we have, election for President of the United States, then candidate Biden said regarding his son's dealings with foreign companies, quote, "Nothing was unethical. My son has not made money from Chinese business interest." Now, there are 4.8 million reasons why that statement was not accurate. And how do we know? How do we know that statement was not accurate? The Washington Post told us so last week. Not Mike Johnson, not President Trump, not Republicans. The Washington Post told us this last week. They did 2 stories last Wednesday, one at 11 a.m., one at 11:04 a.m. 2 8-page stories, 4 minutes apart, confirming what we already knew. The laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real. The only thing fake 18 months ago in the run-up to the presidential election was the news. I find that amazing. 2 8-page stories, 4 minutes apart, saying the laptop is accurate, all the emails are accurate, saying this from the Washington Post when for 18 months they said, no, it was Russian disinformation. I mean, think about what happened in the run-up to the most important election we have. Big media, big tech, and Democrats all colluded to bury that story. Something I think the American people would have liked to have known a little something about as they went to the polls to elect the commander-in-chief. And they were joined it wasn't just big tech, big media, and Democrats telling us something that wasn't true. They were joined by 51 former intelligence officials who told us it was Russian disinformation. Now think about this. This is funny how the story has changed. First, it wasn't his laptop. Then it was, it was his laptop, but it was Russian disinformation. Then it was, no, it wasn't Russian disinformation, but Joe Biden wasn't involved. And now it was, Joe was involved, but he did nothing wrong. Amazing how that's all changed in 18 months. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses and figuring out what we can do with the Foreign Agent Registration Act of 1938. Probably does need some changes, something done to it. But the title of today's hearing is Enhancing FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act of 1938. How about we just figure out a way to apply it consistently? As the ranking member said in his opening statements, this has been used, just about anyone who was involved in the Trump campaign had it used against them to get information and do a prosecution, do the whole Mueller investigation, which found out there was no collusion. We obviously had collusion here. Maybe it does need to be applied, at least in a consistent fashion, to Hunter Biden. We know Hunter Biden took millions of dollars from the wife of the mayor of Moscow. We know he took millions of dollars from energy companies in Ukraine and millions of dollars from companies in China with ties to the Chinese Communist Party, including, as the ranking member mentioned, CEFC, which paid him $4.8 million in 1 year's time. Should Hunter Biden have registered under this act? Why didn't he register under this act? Why is the Department of Justice being inconsistent? At least that's what it seems. When, as the ranking member said, only 7 people were prosecuted between 1966 and 2016, and then, shazam, they started using it against everyone associated with President Trump's campaign, it seemed. So this is important. The chairman of the committee just said, we're not here today to discuss individuals. But I do think the American people would like to know the truth about this story and why it was kept from them, kept from we the people, prior to, as I said before, the most important election we have in this nation. That's important information, and I hope we can begin to dig into that. This committee should dig into that. We should be all about making sure the American people get the truth and not have, as I said before, big tech, big media, Democrats, and 51 former Intel officials tell us something in the run-up to the election that was not accurate. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Yield to Mr. Johnson, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for the witnesses. Very much appreciate your expertise. Mr. Turley, I appreciated your testimony about the threats of Foreign Agents Registration Act being enforced as it may have been originally intended. Many of you mentioned that. In your written statement, you noted, quote, FARA began in the 1930s to combat propaganda and was framed as a way to curtail un-American speech. And when I read that, I must say that my first thought went directly to Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. If un-American speech was still unlawful today, I'll just note here, there is no way she could be considered as a nominee for the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, if you didn't see over the weekend, she testified in her post-hearing written questions for the record, quote, I do not hold a position on whether individuals possess natural rights. Unbelievable. I mean, we can hardly imagine a more un-American position than denying the first self-evident truth of America listed in the Declaration. But I think she's the first SCOTUS nominee to openly hold such a position, but I digress. Okay, Mr. Turley, as I noted earlier, during Special Counsel Robert Mueller's probe, there were at least 5 indictments of conservatives under FARA, and that represents nearly as many FARA prosecutions in just 18 months as there were in the previous 40 years combined. And it would seem these alleged FARA violations were used as either a pretext to investigate those with ties to President Trump, or that FARA charges were used to pressure conservative aides in a bid to find a connection between the Trump campaign and Russia. So no improper connection on the president's part was ever found, obviously, and now everybody knows that was all just a complete sham. But here's the question. Based on your research into the issue and your understanding of the history of FARA, is it fair to say that the law became a highly weaponized tool of the DOJ and FBI against the Trump campaign?
Well, I do think that the Mueller investigation used FARA, as many prosecutors do, as a cudgel to go after some of these individuals. It's a very handy tool. It's sort of like 18 U.S.C. 1001. If you allege a false statement, you get into a warrant, you are able to do a search, you're able to secure information. But particularly with FARA, the concern is that at least with 18 U.S.C. 1001, you have to establish a false statement, and that was involved in the Michael Flynn case. With FARA, these terms are really difficult to track in terms of how they're being interpreted. The Department of Justice itself has withdrawn advisory opinions that, well, at least one critical one, as to the definition of some of these terms. And so suddenly what was interesting about the Mueller investigation is that many of us were familiar with FARA, but suddenly all the lights went on. It seemed like we went from a dead stop to you could throw a stick and hit a FARA violation on every corner in the city. And what really should focus the attention of Congress is not necessarily a questioning of Mueller's investigation, but the consistency of the application of the law and why suddenly we had this emphasis placed on the criminalization and the prosecution under FARA. I have to say that was quite a change from what preceded it. Before that happened, FARA was widely known in Washington as largely administrative process, and the penalty was usually retroactive registration, like what happened with John Podesta.
Right. Okay, so let me get to Hunter Biden. Now, have you had a chance to review the documents contained in that laptop, or at least the publicly available reports on those documents?
I have.
And as the statute currently stands, do you believe that Hunter Biden's activities on behalf of foreign interests, as evidenced by the documents on the laptop, required him to register under FARA?
What I think I feel comfortable in saying is I don't want to presuppose anyone's guilt.
Sure.
What I guess what I would feel comfortable in saying is that with Paul Manafort, if you take a look at what he pled guilty to in 2018, there's obviously very strong similarities in the type of activities that were described in that indictment and what we're seeing in the laptop, including the acknowledgement of the possible necessity of registering under FARA. So if you look at that indictment, that would be a strong basis. If I were his counsel, quite frankly, I'm a criminal defense attorney, I think most people in my position would tell him that we need to be prepared for a charge here if Manafort's is the
standard.
It's standard. But I have to say, all we have are these accounts. We don't know what was presented in the grand jury. My understanding is that Hunter Biden has given information to the U.S. attorney. So I don't think that we can say with any great certainty that these cases are identical or that a charge is forthcoming. What I am saying is that if you use the Manafort indictment, this does not look good for Mr. Biden.
We all look forward to reviewing that record. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House, I move that the Committee on Oversight and Reform issue a subpoena to Hunter Biden as an additional witness for this hearing. Hunter Biden helped sell one of the world's largest cobalt mines to China. Cobalt is a key component in batteries for electric vehicles. It's obvious that Hunter Biden has a valuable expertise which he can share with us today at this hearing on electrifying the federal fleet of postal vehicles. And so, Madam Chair, we should have him here at this hearing, and I urge my motion.
Okay, the gentleman has made a motion to subpoena Hunter Biden. His motion is in order. We have consulted with a parliamentarian, and we will be able to place this motion in abeyance, and we will deal with it before the end of today's hearing. This will be done out of courtesy to the important witnesses that we have before us who are here and have to give adequate notice to all members. We will consult with our members and announce a time to return and dispose of this motion. Now we will move on with the rest of the hearing. We have a serious hearing in front of us. Let's move forward. I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Biggs, for your testimony.
Oh, thanks. I'm happy to give testimony. But I'll ask questions instead. So, when I live in the West, we mine. Arizona's a mining state. An electric vehicle requires elements that come from mines. In fact, the batteries that they rely on come from the ground. There are so many innovations that have been put in place for mining these critical minerals throughout the world, but particularly in the United States and in the Southwest. And yet, we find that this administration, as well as previous administrations, have continued to put speed sticks down to prevent us from getting the mineral resources that we need to actually build electric vehicles, build batteries, build the crazy wind farms that you have, build the materials necessary for solar. You guys just don't want to mine. You don't want to mine. You don't want to extract from the earth the gifts that are necessary to implement your environmental goals and strategies. Mr. Stein, President Biden announced the use of the Defense Production Act to boost mining of rare earth minerals, which are necessary for electric cars in the U.S. Is that going to do anything to help?
So in the announcement, the information that they gave out didn't really say much about mining. There was a lot of discussion of trying to increase processing in the United States, which of course is important too, but there wasn't much action on the actual getting things out of the ground.
Well, can you discuss some of the issues that will exist with regard to permitting rare earth mines and the timeline for getting those mines up and running should this administration ever decide that, hey, we want to be players in the critical minerals?
Well, yeah, it takes, at a minimum, you're talking 5 to 10 years, and that's assuming the permitting goes well. There's some mines, I think the Twin Peaks mine in Minnesota may have had their first permit for 50 years, I think, just had a few of them withdrawn. So this is a long-term thing. It takes many decades, especially given American environmental standards. So if you actually want to do this, it would require a sustained effort by multiple administrations, forcing through some of these environmental permits, fighting back against some of the NIMBYism and environmental opposition to building these mines. And I know that's a big problem in Arizona.
Yeah, so when we think about it, and critical minerals necessary to build batteries and the vehicles themselves that we're talking about today, I can think of one country that has a substantial amount of critical minerals, and that would be Afghanistan. Can you describe, I don't know if it's in your expertise to describe some of the critical minerals that are available in Afghanistan?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the full inventory, but I know that the USGS did do an estimate of the resources available in the mountains in Afghanistan, and almost all these critical minerals were there and present in large quantities. Of course, the question was how to actually build those mines in the middle of a war zone, but yes.
Right, and when we evacuated from Afghanistan, we turned those over to the Taliban, who is now engaged in contractual relations with China to explore and extract. Where are some other places around the world, and I'm thinking of China and other places around the world that have critical minerals that we would be reliant upon were we to adopt this policy that we're discussing today?
Well, that's the key, is that China processes the majority of all these major minerals that go into EV batteries. Now, not all the resources are in China, but they have gone around the world and they have bought up mines. They have bought off politicians. They work with people like the Taliban, who we won't work with. They are open to all comers as long as these resources get sent to China to be processed.
Gentleman's time has expired.
The gentleman from Maryland used the word apology. The apology the American people would like to hear is, why was it big tech, big media, and Democrats all colluding to keep a story from the American people in the days before our most important election? We'd like an apology there. If we're going to talk about apologies, I mean, we had two stories last Wednesday from the Washington Post that what we were told last fall about Russian disinformation was baloney. Don't take Republicans' word for it. The Washington Post did two stories, one at 11 a.m., one at 11:04 a.m., two 8-page stories, 4 minutes apart, saying the laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real, and yet no apology coming there, keeping some critical information from the electorate in the run-up to the presidential election. A gentleman from Maryland said it was silly propaganda. That's what he called that. I call that not letting the American people have important information when we're getting ready to decide who's going to be the president of our country.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Who else seeks recognition? Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last
Time
word.
the gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The majority leader just a few minutes ago used the term danger to our democracy. Danger to our democracy. Think about this. Democrats have closed the Capitol, allowed proxy voting, kicked Republicans off committee, won't let Republicans serve on this select committee. First time in the history of the Congress, the minority leader was not allowed to put on a select committee the individuals he or she selected. First time in the history of our nation. Democrats are trying to end the Electoral College, trying to end the filibuster, trying to pack the court. This committee, the January 6th committee, altered evidence and presented to the American people as if it were true. And they accuse us of being a danger to our democracy? Mr. Gates was right. We got a border that is complete chaos. We have $6 gas in California, $4 gas everywhere else in the country. We have crime at record levels in every major urban area in this nation. And we have an inflation problem that's at a 40-year high. And this committee has more contempt resolutions for a purely political reason. I think the whole committee is purely political, designed to do one thing: keep President Trump off the ballot in 2024. The gentlelady from Wyoming, in her opening comments, used the term false message. False message. She used to say big lie. Now I guess it's false message. And I just jotted down. I thought when she said, I started jotting things down. False. Think about all the false messages we have got from them in the last few years. They told us the protests in the summer of 2020 were peaceful. Got $1 billion worth of damage around our cities that says it wasn't. They told us the dossier was real. They told us it was Republicans who wanted to defund the police. That's almost laughable if it wasn't so serious for our law enforcement and for the families who live in those areas where mayors and city councils did defund the police. They told us the FBI didn't spy on the Trump campaign. We know that wasn't true. We got Inspector General reports that tell us all kinds of things about what they did in front of the FISA court. They said Trump colluded with Russia. We got a Mueller report, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 30 million hard-earned American tax dollars in that report that said that false message was just that, false. They told us COVID didn't start in the lab. Sure looks like it did. They told us the lab wasn't doing gain-of-function research. Sure looks like it was. They told us the vaccinated can't get it. We know that's wrong. Every day there's a new announcement. A member of Congress is getting it. Fully vaccinated, boosted, everything else. They told us the vaccinated can't transmit it. They told us that was wrong. And you talk about the biggest false message that's just been confirmed in the last week, how false it was. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. October 22nd, 2020, 2 weeks before the election, candidate Biden, in a debate, is asked about his son's business dealings with foreign companies. He says, quote, nothing was unethical. He said, my son has not made money with business interests with companies with an interest in China. And we all know there are 4.8 million reasons why that statement was not accurate. And how do we know? Washington Post told us. Not me, not President Trump, not Republicans. The Washington Post told us last week, 2 stories last week, a week ago today, one at 11 a.m., one at 11:04 a.m. 2 8-page articles, 4 minutes apart, confirming what we knew, but what big media, big tech, Democrats colluded to keep from the American people just days before the most important election we have, the presidential election. Who's going to be our next commander-in-chief? The laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real. The only thing fake was that collusion from those individuals, those entities, to keep important information from we the people in the run-up to the most important election we have. And oh, by the way, they were joined by 51 former intel officials, joined in the collusion. You know, it's also interesting, it's funny how that story has changed. 18 months ago, started off, wasn't his laptop, quickly switched to, well, it was his laptop, but it was Russian disinformation. And now it is, well, it wasn't Russian disinformation, but Joe Biden had nothing to do with it. Now it was, well, Joe knew what was going on, but he wasn't really involved in anything wrong. Ron Klain told us that, Chief of Staff told us that Sunday. We need to be focused on the issues that the American people want us to focus on. If you want to talk about danger to our democracy and the biggest false message, I would say what happened, one of the biggest dangers to our democracy and one of the biggest false messages is what happened 18 months ago, where that story was kept from the American people. We could dig into that, find out what went on there, why that happened, and we could also focus on the record crime, record inflation, record price of gas, and the chaos on our southern border that's about to get worse as the Democrats look to, as the Biden
Gentleman's recognized for 30 more seconds.
Title 42. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana Reserves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was going to another committee hearing, and I just talked to Madam Chair, we had 3 of them at the same time today. Seems like we could organize ourselves a little better. I was listening to your conversation with Senator Hagerty, and I did not hear the end result, and I'm assuming he probably asked, do we need a special prosecutor to look into the Hunter Biden, affair? Do you think we need to? And I would then have one follow-up question to that. So do we need a special prosecutor to look into that?
As you know, the investigation is being run and supervised by the United States Attorney in Delaware, who is an appointee of the previous administration and continues on as the United States Attorney. The question of whether to have a special counsel is one that it's an internal decision-making in the department, so I don't want to make any judgments one way or the other, but I'm quite comfortable with the United States Attorney for that district, continuing in the role that he's playing.
So a follow-up question that would be, of course, special prosecutor counsel Mueller, was assigned in that whole Steele dossier issue, which now has been debunked. If you had been in that capacity then, do you think a special counsel was needed there as well?
It's hard to put myself back into that circumstances. And then, of course, there would be for me to be in that position, there would have been a different president. So I'm not sure I can answer that hypothetical.
Well, it's obvious that would be a question that many would wonder about in terms of what that standard is, what that consistency is. And it seems like it would be the same from one administration to the next. Got a question that really is probably more pertinent in the sense that what's happening on our southern border is confusing in the sense that the administration says we don't have enough resources, done things from the beginning that I was down there with 17 other senators roughly a year ago, and to give you a description of the immensity, it had gone from record low illegal crossings, and I'm one that believes we need to secure the border and then roll our sleeves up and fix all the issues associated with it. We had risen from, I think, 40,000 to 70,000. This last month, it was 212,000. I think 60-some thousand gotaways. I mean, it has exploded beyond anybody's imagination. I think self-induced. And then there are conflicting statements that part of it's due to not having enough resources. Are we resourced at the border properly? And that would be how we address any illegal crossings. That seems to be delegated to lower levels of authority. Isn't that confusing? And in light of the issue, in terms of where it's at, do we need to do something differently? And does your office need to be outspoken about trying to fix it?
So I want to be careful about explaining what our role is, because we do need more resources. I think most of the resources you're referring to are Department of Homeland Security resources. So I'll leave that for that secretary to express what they need. But we have asked for $1.35 billion for our immigration courts, and $1 billion of which is to reduce the immigration court backlog. So the things that our job is to run the immigration courts after we get referrals from DHS. So we have already onboarded everyone we can as immigration judges. We asked in fiscal year 22 for 100 more. Again, no fault of this committee because you gave us the right mark, but as a consequence of the omnibus, that was not funded. So we're asking for 200 new immigration judge teams, a total of 1,200 new staff for that purpose. We've also asked for money for a virtual court initiative so that we can run these court proceedings more efficiently and more effectively and from whatever area. If we get the additional immigration judges, we will move them to the border. We're already going to be moving them to the border as it is.
And can you describe what your request is compared to what it was in prior years? What magnitude of difference?
So, yeah, it's an additional 1,200 staff for...
In addition to how much before? So
it will bring us to a total of 834 IJs. The staff includes all their clerks, et cetera. So with 200 more, we'll get to 834. So 834 minus 200 was 634 is what we had before.
And just with the arithmetic I put out there earlier, the problem has quadrupled or quintupled. Yes. So it would beg the question, are we putting enough resources to it, or is it kind of lip service because we know it's become a big issue? I would advise maybe that might not be adequate given the magnitude of the current problem that's still predicted to go up even by 50% more.
So that's a fair question, Senator. Of course, we didn't get what we asked for the last time, so we're trying to be realistic about what we can ask for. But resources are not the only thing we're doing. We've also adopted a new asylum officer rule with DHS so that asylum decisions are made by the asylum officers, not by the IJs, so that IJs, immigration judges, so they won't have to do that. And then if there are denials, there'll be a streamlined process which should reduce the amount of time from current 4 years to 6 months. We also have a dedicated dockets in order to be able to better distribute the work among our IJs. So it's a combination of things. We want more resources, and we're trying to streamline the whole process and put more of the work.
I don't think in the...
Thank you, Senator Braun.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I know that Senator Moran and I both have a second round of questions that we would like to do. It's not clear that anyone else is interested. I don't know, Senator Braun, if you also have another round, but mine are relatively brief, so I will go ahead. You were discussing with Senator Capito the horrific issue of police being targeted and also suicides. As I'm sure you're aware, there's no comprehensive national data collection regarding police suicides. So in FY 2020, we directed the Bureau of Justice Statistics to maintain a data set and report on police suicides for federal, state, and local law enforcement. Unfortunately, BJS has not moved forward on collecting this data. We provided stronger directives as well as $3 million for that data collection effort in the FY 2021 bill. but still nothing. So were you aware of the delays with this project, and what can we do to try and collect this data? Because it's, as you know, it's really critical to figuring out how we respond. We need to have information so we can think about what we can do to address what is becoming more and more of a challenge nationwide.
I am aware. I understand that BGS will be submitting its report within the next couple of months. I'm not sure exactly how many months is it. In about 8 weeks, I'll have an update for you on this, on where they are on this.
Good. Well, I look forward to getting that. And sadly, we've had some high-profile suicides in New Hampshire. And I also look forward to working with the department on what we can do to address the challenge of suicide within our law enforcement agencies. So thank you. I'm pleased to hear that we should expect something soon. Unfortunately,
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your patience. I'm from Oregon, and we have a situation with our southern 4 counties involving cartels growing massive amounts of marijuana and utilizing folks without the benefit of documentation in those operations. We have asked Attorney General Merrick Garland for help. I specifically wrote letters to him twice asking for 80 people to help. You have asked actually for, I think, a number of people to help you in your district or in your department, but you've encountered the problems with direct hire or as opposed to standard hire, and you've asked actually for direct hire be given back, the authority be given back to you. Would you please reassert your request to the folks that are in charge of this, the Director of Office of Personnel, and get us some help in Southern Oregon so we can begin to head off some of the incredible damage the cartels are doing, utilizing, I'm going to say, undocumented immigrants in that space. I was one of the people that went to the border just a few days ago, went down to San Diego. I saw, of course, that the detention facilities are dramatically inadequate and that folks are being released into the United States when they don't fit in the detention facility, which is right now. We found out that there was no means of finding folks once they are released, no way of tracking them. We found out that there's not the full and complete background analysis on these folks as they come in that could be done, being done. And just as Congressman Ice has said, Title 42 is currently being ignored. We're not sure who gave that order, but that's what's happening. The Border Patrol is overwhelmed, and they need help. I was somewhat surprised when you indicated that you would, I think you didn't really use the word welcome, but you could certainly put to work the 20,000 folks that it was suggested we prevented from being hired. But I have here, which I would ask be offered into the record, it is your budgets. Actually, it's the FY 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 budgets for your department, the CBP, the ICE, EOIR, and CIS. And I think the budget tells a story of what you really want to do because it shows how much money you're asking for or not asking for in each of these spaces. For example, for the Border Patrol, this year it's $18 billion, fiscal year, I'm sorry, last year was $18 billion, this year it's $16 billion. For some reason, the amount that you asked for is less by $2 billion for Border Patrol. Next year, it goes back to $17 billion, but still far less than the $20 billion that they had available in 2020. In ICE, this goes right to the heart of whether you are really truly asking for, planning on picking up people across the United States. Your budget drops from the $9 billion in 2020 down to $8 billion in 2023. So I would suggest that that shows better than anything what your real plans are, which is not to take people out of the United States that are here illegally. Finally, I think it's incredibly important that people actually look at the fact sheet that President Biden has sent out to commitment to modernize our immigration system. Almost every element in this so-called fact sheet has nothing to do with securing the border. There is one bullet point at the end that talks about it. The rest of them talk about how to facilitate those who immigrate, how to help those who immigrate. Now, it needs to be important. This one thing that gets lost in this, that we Republicans support legal immigration. We want legal immigration. But what you are doing, your administration, is failing to protect the border and making it almost impossible to correctly address issues of immigration. So when people become upset and angry, as the folks that I represent are, back in the little state of Oregon, they wonder why in the world, by throwing the border open, you are making it so hard to get help up on our farms and our ranches and using H2A and H2B and H2C programs. So what I'm trying to say to you is, your failures to do what you should be doing are making it almost impossible to get valid and needed and absolutely necessary immigration reform. With that, I yield to the ranking member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Secretary, who's Nina Jankowicz?
She is the newly appointed individual in our Office of Policy in the Department of Homeland Security. And
Is she the new executive director of the
disinformation?
Is she the new executive director for Disinformation Governance Board?
She is the executive director for the Disinformation Governance.
And is this the same individual who said the dossier was real and the Hunter Biden laptop story was false? Is that the individual who's now running the Disinformation Governance Board?
I'm not familiar with those statements.
Been reported widely.
I'm not familiar with those statements.
I'm just asking that.
The gentleman's time has expired. For the purpose of a unanimous consent
qualified.
request, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein, for holding this hearing. Secretary Granholm, thank you for being here today. Secretary, last year you divested a large financial stake in Proterra, an electric bus manufacturing company. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you divest it?
Why did I divest? Because I was appointed. Every appointee has to divest of individual stocks.
They have to divest for what reason?
For ethics reasons, you want to make sure that if you are involved in any decisions related to, for example, electrification of buses, that there's not a conflict. So I divested early.
I appreciate your executive experience, and I appreciate the fact that you undertook your responsibilities in a very serious manner to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest, in this case where you had responsibility. I want to ask you another question. Do you know Hunter Biden?
I've met him.
Have you ever had an opportunity, or your staff had an opportunity, to discuss energy policy with Hunter Biden, given his experience in this space?
No.
Well, let me turn to another set of questions. Do you think it was appropriate for Vice President Biden to conduct foreign policy in the Ukraine while an influential Ukrainian energy company called Burisma was paying his son $1 million a year to serve on its board, or while a Russian billionaire was providing millions of dollars to Hunter Biden at the same time that Hunter Biden was apparently paying his father's living expenses?
With respect, sir, I'm here on the Department of Energy's budget. I'm not sure what relevance that has to the budget, and I also know that President Biden is an incredibly ethical human being and would never do anything that would demonstrate a conflict of interest.
Well, as a member of his cabinet and somebody who obviously takes conflicts of interest very seriously, I wanted to see what your opinion was. I've got another couple of items to ask you about. Hunter Biden rode on Air Force Two to China to conduct business deals with CCP-aligned figures at the same time that his father was meeting with and conducting foreign policy there with China. Does that seem right to you? Would you have allowed that if you were vice president?
Sir, I'm not here to opine on something that might have happened in the previous administration. I'm here to talk about the Department of Energy budget.
Well, in this administration, in 2021, while his father was president, Hunter Biden still owned an interest in BHR Partners. He owned that in partnership with Chinese Communist Party entities. And right after his death, President Biden met with Xi Jinping. It was announced by Hunter Biden's lawyer that he'd divested his interest in that entity. Yet no one's given the details about when he divested it, how much profit he made. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, I have no information about any of the things that you're talking about.
Well, let's just go through the basic facts, because I think you do appreciate the importance of ethics in government, the importance of avoiding the appearance of conflicts of interest. But we have emails and photographs that show that President Biden, while he was vice president, running U.S. foreign policy in Ukraine, met with several of his son Hunter's business associates, including a Burisma executive, the Ukrainian energy company that, again, paid Hunter millions of dollars. You've got the $3.5 million payment from a Russian billionaire that happened around the same time. You've got Hunter traveling to China on Air Force Two, conducting business there while his father is vice president. I mean, all of this, I would think, is very concerning, particularly given the fact that it looks like there's a mix of personal and official business here. I don't think that you would want to see that. Would you allow personal and business interests to be mixed in that regard?
Sir, I'm not going to buy the assumptions in the question.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you have taken your ethical responsibilities seriously here. I think the American public is very concerned about what may have transpired, and I think the Biden White House should be transparent to the American people about this. I appreciate your willingness to act in a transparent fashion, to deal with any potential conflict of interest on your own. I think you set an example for this administration. I wish the administration would live by its own dictates and actually be responsible in their own disclosures. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Operational authority, does not have operational capability. What it will do is ensure that there are guardrails, that there are standards and policies in place, so the disinformation work that has been ongoing in our department for nearly 10 years does not infringe upon people's free speech rights, privacy rights, civil rights, and civil liberties.
I have no belief in that. Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Secretary, nice to see you again. Thank you for being here. Let's keep talking about this Disinformation Board if we could. The fact sheet from DHS on the Disinformation Board that you recently released defined disinformation this way: false information spread with the intent to deceive or mislead. You agree with that, I assume? That's your definition?
Yes, I believe that's the definition.
On the fact sheet.
Broadly held.
And you think it's important that the U.S. government combat this disinformation, right? I mean, you've testified to that.
Senator, what I testified to is when disinformation
threatens national security,
threat to the security of our homeland, then we are engaged.
Okay, all right, good. And I presume that's why you've set up this Disinformation Board. So let's have a look at the person whom you've selected to head this new disinformation policing effort, and let's look at what she has been spreading online. She has, for starters, consistently misinformed the public about the Hunter Biden laptop story and spread the lie that it was Russian propaganda. Here she is on October the 14th saying, disinformation experts say there are multiple red flags that raise doubts about their authenticity, meaning the emails, including questions about whether the laptop actually belongs to Hunter Biden. Of course, as it turns out, that's totally false. This laptop has been authenticated both by government entities and by independent news organizations. She went on. Here she is again, the same interview, saying that we should view it, meaning the laptop and apparently the whole story, as a Trump campaign product. That is also a lie, which you know. It's not a Trump campaign product. It never was a Trump campaign product. But she didn't stop there. Here she is on October the 22nd in 2020, this time taking to social media, saying that Biden notes 50 former NatSec officials and 5 former CIA heads that believe the laptop is a Russian influence op. Laundering here, using former government officials to launder the lie that this was in fact a Russian influence op, which of course is not true at all. Here she is also on October the 22nd, still on social media, this time saying the emails don't need to be altered to be part of an influence campaign. Of course, they weren't altered. Voters deserve that context, not a fairy tale about a laptop repair shop. Of course, we know the only person in all of this telling a fairy tale is Ms. Jankowicz on social media repeatedly for days and days on end. How about a different set of examples? She has consistently spread false and misleading claims about the Steele dossier, which we now know was actually itself a piece of Russian propaganda. Here she is on December the 8th, 2017, responding, by the way, to United States Senator. She's responding to Lindsey Graham. She says to him, your party funded the dossier first. The FBI was investigating Trump since the summer but didn't make it public. The American public deserve to know. This is false. The people who funded the dossier were the Clinton campaign, which we now know. This has been verified. This is outright falsehoods. But she didn't stop there. Here she is on August the 7th, 2020, promoting Christopher Steele, the stooge who helped launder Russian propaganda, including lying to the FBI about it. Here she is lauding him as a trustworthy and legitimate source. Classic disinformation. She says she listened to this last night. Chris Steele, yes, that Chris Steele, providing great historical context about the evolution of disinformation. At every turn, Mr. Secretary, she has used social media and the public to launder propaganda herself. She's also advocated for law enforcement to be involved in policing speech online. Here she is in an NPR interview this year, just a few weeks ago, April 16th, 2022. This is Ms. Jankowicz, and I quote, "I shudder to think about if free speech absolutists were taking over more platforms. We need platforms to do more, and we frankly need law enforcement and our legislatures to do more as well." And then she goes on to praise legislation in other countries that involves policing speech. Or here she is on February 17th of 2021 saying that the free speech versus censorship dichotomy is false, and calling herself in a TikTok video the Mary Poppins of disinformation, where she sings that members of Congress shouldn't be permitted to spread misinformation on the floor, and otherwise taking to task those who propagate views she disagrees with. Here's my question to you. If your intent was to combat misinformation online or in the government, why on God's green earth would you nominate someone who is a human geyser of misinformation?
Senator, I am ultimately responsible for the hiring of Ms. Jankowicz to be the executive director of the Disinformation Governance Board. In my capacity as the secretary,
why did you choose her?
I bear responsibility for that. I understand that she is an expert in disinformation.
Yes, indeed, spreading it.
And she will have an obligation to execute her responsibilities in a nonpartisan way.
Were you aware of these? Were you aware of this information when you chose her? Everything I've just shown you?
I was not.
How could you not be? Did you do any research on her?
Senator, I will not discuss the internal workings of the hiring process.
You won't?
Of the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, let me ask you about this. I'm sure there are documents pertaining to this board, minutes of meetings, communications about who would serve on the board. Will you release those to this committee?
Senator, there are not yet this governance board.
Wait a minute. There are no minutes of meetings about this board?
It is not yet.
You've not created any records?
It has not yet begun its work.
You've hired her. You surely had deliberations about hiring her.
The board has not yet met.
You had deliberations about hiring her, though, correct?
I did not, Senator.
You just said that you are solely responsible for hiring her.
In my capacity as the secretary, I bear responsibility.
You're telling me that there are no documents associated with this board?
That I don't know. You asked for meeting
minutes of meetings, documents pertaining to the board, any records of communications about who would serve on the board. Will you turn those over to this committee? Any document pertaining to this board, will you turn it over to this committee?
Senator, we owe you documents with respect to the work of this board that already are in existence.
So you'll turn them all over. You will turn those documents over to this committee.
Unless there is a legal basis for us not to do so, Senator, I will follow up with my colleagues on that.
Wait a minute. You started to say yes, but then you just turned. Is that a yes, or is that's a maybe? I'll get back to you later.
Senator, I owe openness and transparency with this committee, and we will produce the documents that you have requested unless there's a legal prohibition from us doing so.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I could just conclude, Mr. Chairman, here's the last thing I'll say on this, Mr. Secretary. We have 2 million unauthorized migrants who crossed the border last year during the calendar year. We have 245,390 illegal crossings just this year in the Rio Grande Valley. And your priority is setting up a board and hiring someone who has gone to TikTok to talk about stopping speech she doesn't like, who has mocked voters, supporters of the last president. That has been your priority. To say that your priorities are misplaced, I think, is a dramatic understatement. And the time has come, I think, Mr. Secretary, for you to resign. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to ask everybody to try to keep to the 7 minutes here. We've got 10-minute votes now, so we're going back and forth quite rapidly. And then on the second round, we're going to go to 5 minutes just because of the time crunch we have here with what's going on with votes. But on the first round, everyone will get 7 minutes. Senator Romney, you are recognized for your questions.
Members, I don't know if you said this specifically. A number of your members have said if you take the majority, you'll launch investigations into Hunter Biden. I'm curious what the legislative angle is on that. And number two, what will you do if people look at your investigations, if you're in the majority, and say they're illegitimate? We're not going to respond to this.
Because we won't be illegitimate. We won't say Democrats won't be on committee. We won't issue subpoenas for political going after our political opponents. We'll do exactly what Congress is supposed to do. We'll uphold the Constitution. If there's a place for us to investigate, we'll investigate. Yes, sir.
If Republicans take over the House next year, would you commit to holding a vote on that independent commission legislation that you initially proposed in January of 2021 to have this?
I don't predetermine anything. We've got an investigation right now. We'll see what that turns up. Paul Kane, how are you today?
As the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the witnesses who showed up. I would have loved to have seen some members from the Biden administration, from the executive here today to speak on this. But today, the House Budget Committee will be playing along with Speaker Pelosi's con game of titling a bill something magnificent and then loading it with a bunch of liberal wish list items and then claiming success on that legislation. And, you know, it'd probably actually be a yes vote on a lot more legislation that we see in the House of Representatives if the language in the bill actually matched the title. It has been just over a year since Joe Biden signed the $2 trillion so-called American Rescue Plan into law that incentivizes lockdowns, paid workers to stay home, gave stimulus checks to government employees who are at no risk of losing their jobs, and really fueled the fire of inflation, this crisis that American families are now paying the price for. American families are paying the price for bad policy. And this chart that I have here, it shows exactly what that bill did for the cost of goods and services. You see that there? You cannot force millions of Americans out of the workforce and then allow them to go back to work and call that job creation. You cannot treat the American people like your own personal slush fund. It's been said before, but one day you'll run out of other people's money to spend. Since the passage of this blue state bailout, the Biden White House has claimed that, quote, the economy is in a better place than it has been historically. Well, I'm curious. Is it the highest inflation of my lifetime, the highest gas prices in American history, or a shrinking GDP that would cause Jen Psaki's replacement to make such an outrageous claim? Under President Trump, which I'd like to pause and just say happy birthday to my all-time favorite president, but gas prices were less than half of what they are today. GDP had positive growth, and moms and dad had formula to feed their babies. I miss, and the American people miss, the Trump economy. Not only was the so-called American Rescue Plan entirely unnecessary, but it was riddled with swampy deals for Biden's political allies in blue states and did not include common sense protections to mitigate fraud. Less than 9% of this $2 trillion sham went to anything COVID related. Now, the average American family is paying the price for these failed policies. And that price is $5,200 per year. Heck, if you're a senior living on fixed income, Joe Biden's economy, it's a death sentence. And Mr. Moore, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. With just a brief answer, if you were advising Joe Biden on how to make our economy as weak as possible, what would you tell him to change?
Wait, I'm sorry, to make it as strong as possible?
As weak. If you were advising him, make America's economy weak, what would you have him change?
Well, I do pretty much what we've done. I mean, this idea that somehow we're in a recovery right now, I just looked at the numbers, the latest numbers for the GDP forecast for the second quarter. Those are 0.9%. We had negative 1.5% in the first quarter. So if you put those numbers together, for the first half of 2021, we've had negative growth. What recovery are you all talking about? There is no recovery in the economy. We're negative. We're negative for the first half of the year after spending $1.9 trillion.
Yes, Mr. Moore, thank you so much for laying that out. I would love to give a copy of Trumponomics to everyone here on the Budget Committee. I think that would be something that everyone would
I've got
really
copies
benefit.
available.
There you go. We'll get you some signed copies over there. Mr. Mayor Vince Williams, can you please tell me what bird sanctuaries, a beachside 800-room luxury hotel, pickleball courts, ski resorts, and Halloween festivals have in common?
I have no idea. I don't have either of those in my city.
Well, your city is paying for them, Mr. Williams. Mayor Williams, each of these non-COVID health-related projects was paid for by state and local governments with COVID-19 aid. Washington politicians are addicted to spending. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And this addiction, like the American Rescue Plan is causing, is similar to Parmesan cheese and Hunter Biden. Thanks, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes and 15 seconds to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to Amendment number 455. It's currently almost 2 a.m. here on the House floor. Most Americans are asleep. In China, they're finishing up with lunch, and after the videos we've seen this week, it's possible that Hunter Biden's on to his second fix for the night. But sadly, we're here on the floor trying to sneak in land grabs to the NDAA. This federal land grab would lock up 400,000 acres in Colorado with no regard to the terrible consequences this would have on the constituents of Colorado's 3rd district. The bill also seeks to permanently prevent responsible oil and gas production on nearly 200,000 acres. While Americans are paying record high gas prices, while Biden is shipping our oil reserves to the communists in China, Democrats here in the House want to lock up more of our oil and gas under the ground, never to be seen or utilized. 65% of the lands impacted by this amendment are in my district. Numerous stakeholders, from the American Colorado Farm Bureaus to the Grand Junction Chamber of Commerce, all oppose the CORE Act. It's stuff like this that ticks the American people off, and it's why the GOP will have the majority in November. There are reasons why the Senate rejected this bill outright. It's because the American people don't want it. And I'm proud to have worked with them last time we passed the NDAA to remove this from the final passage. And there are good reasons why it's so unpopular. The CORE Act threatens to accelerate wildfires due to its numerous wildfire designations and other provisions that restrict federal agencies' ability to actively manage their lands. Are Coloradans supposed to simply stand by and watch more and more of our state get swallowed up in wildfires? Because that's what this legislation would do. Nothing good happens after midnight, and this bill is no exception. I do believe that my colleague from Colorado wants cleaner air, cleaner water, and I would ask him to help me in managing our public lands rather than locking them down. We all want to be good stewards of the land that we've been given. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Chairwoman yields back. Gentleman reserves.
1 minute.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Gates, seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
The message to the American people is that House Democrats are just fine sending anything that shoots billions of dollars worth of weapons to Ukraine, but no automatic weapons for U.S. troops and U.S. veterans. I mean, they'll send the stuff that'll shoot a dozen miles into Russia from Ukraine, but not for our own service members. They would arm the Department of Education with automatic weapons, but not for our troops and vets, some of the most competent and well-trained and law-abiding people on the planet Earth. I'm still wondering how the Department of Education even needed an automatic weapons exemption. I mean, like, what laws, like, will the Department of Education require automatic weapons to enforce? Is it going to be critical race theory at the end of an automatic weapon? Is there going to be a barrel of a gun at your head if you're a swimming coach and say that no men are allowed on the women's swimming team? And yet in the examples that the Democrats provide of why we should be afraid of U.S. military members, for each one of those examples, as Mr. Gumberg pointed out, either the bill wouldn't have solved the problem or the shooter was not a member of the United States military. Mr. Cohen cited a shooting in my district of Pensacola, which tragically was the consequence of a member of the military from Saudi Arabia, a country that you may have noticed President Biden just had to go and beg for oil in this like debasing exercise after saying he was going to make Saudi Arabia a pariah. So if Democrats are really worried about illegal guns, I would suggest maybe they could start with Hunter Biden. And I would seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Outkick.com really just posted. It says, naked bad boy Hunter Biden shows off illegal gun in the latest leaked video.
Without objection.
All right, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike the last word.
You can count on her being truthful about it. So yesterday, we had many hours of hearing in judiciary on a couple of bills. One of them, the Democrat majority and leaders in the judiciary in the Democratic Party were saying repeatedly that no one has gotten the immunity from liability like the gun manufacturers. And that was said many ways, many different times, vilifying gun manufacturers. Now, what it boils down to is, in the Second Amendment, it makes very clear that, in the operative part, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, it's been infringed many times. The Supreme Court has had to strike things down many times. So the effort to eliminate the Second Amendment through the courts has not occurred. But we're dealing with some smart people. You can be smart and not have common sense. We're dealing with some smart people here who have figured out, okay, we've tried every which way to get rid of the Second Amendment. If we're ever going to get to the progressive, socialist, communist dream, whichever one of those you want to use, it's all pretty well the same thing these days. You're going to have to get rid of the Second Amendment. The left knows that. And they've made some strides. They've made some dents into the Second Amendment. But this is going to make use, if they get it passed into law, not of warfare, but of what's come to be known as lawfare. It's where you overwhelm someone or some entity with so many lawsuits that they cannot continue. And if it's an entity, you put them out of business simply not because they're liable, but it's because they can't handle that many lawsuits. It just undoes them and puts them out of business. And if you look historically, where that would take us is to the medieval type thinking, where you had this small group of elites. They rode everywhere they went, and us peasants would walk everywhere we went. Maybe there was a big wagon that would carry the peasants at times, but the ruling elite, which is what you get with socialism, progressivism, this tiny veneer ruling elite that billionaires in America think mistakenly that they'll be part of if they help get to that socialist utopia, being ignorant of the fact that every time a nation moves to socialist utopia, once they're there, they thank the gazillionaires for all the money they helped make the socialist dream come true, and then they either kill them or send them to a gulag and take all of their money. So these billionaires that are pouring in money, the socialist leaders saying, thank you very much, oh, we appreciate you so much. But if they get to that socialist utopia, those billionaires that made it possible will either be dead or wish they were, because they're in some prison, some gulag somewhere doing work requirements. So that's historically what we're talking about, but I keep coming back to that vision of what is being pursued and what will the outcome be. Once you either eliminate the Second Amendment or you eliminate every entity that makes guns, then the ruling elite can get closer to their dream of being the ones riding in private jets, in Suburbans, up-armored, being the only ones in America who have guns for their security forces, while all the peasants, the masses, the unwashed, all of us would have nothing. And we would have to kowtow and bow. Now, I got a little taste of that the summer I was in the Soviet Union as an exchange student back in the 70s. And I thought it was crazy. We were told, there were 8 Americans allowed in on this program. We were told in orientation, look, you've got to understand, in a communist society like the Soviet Union, only the elite have cars. Everybody else takes mass transportation or walks. So in the United States, pedestrians generally have the right of way, but don't think for a second, we were told, anywhere in the Soviet Union that you have the right of way as a pedestrian, because only the ruling elite have the cars, and it's a game to them. They will try to hit you because they know, as the ruling elite, if it ever came to court or there was some question about you as a pedestrian being hit, the ultimate result would be a ruling that you should have seen the car coming and gotten out of the way, because these are the ruling elites and you are the peasants. Great socialist utopia. That's where we're headed if these kind of bills get passed. If you can't get rid of the Second Amendment, their strategy that we lived through hours of yesterday, bankrupt the gun manufacturers, and then we'll be on our way. And that way, only the ruling elite will have security forces with guns, and everybody else will either walk or take the mass transportation. The ruling elite gets the private jets. And see, it's okay to just have massive amount of carbon emissions in private helicopters, private jets, big Suburbans like Al Gore used. I'd read where he was seen having an entourage of big jets. This was long after he was out of leadership as vice president. But that they would all be sitting there cooling for the vice president or former vice president. So that's the kind of thing that will continue. The ruling elite, they get to pollute like crazy. Their yachts, their private jets, those will continue. In fact, there'll be a lot more of them. And that's, you see people like the Biden family or Hunter Biden that's gotten close to oligarchs in Russia, in Ukraine, and made money off the Chinese Communist Party because they're in charge in China, let's face it. But isn't it interesting that if you look at the policies and the things that this administration has done, who's benefited? Yeah, they talk a lot of trash about Russia, but at the same time, by President Biden basically going to war with energy companies in the U.S., he has so driven up the price of oil and natural gas that Russia's been able to fund their invasion of and war with Ukraine.
I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, welcome. In America, we shouldn't need to say that parents speaking out about their children's education aren't domestic terrorists, or that those raising concerns about the radical direction the left is trying to take this country are not domestic terrorists, or that Trump supporters aren't domestic terrorists, but apparently we do, because the Biden administration is bound and determined to demonize anyone and everyone not in lockstep with their far-left agenda. Last September, the Biden White House colluded with the National School Boards Association to orchestrate a letter to President Biden that portrayed concerned parents speaking out at school board meetings as security threats. The letter urged the president to use the Patriot Act to go after America's moms and dads. Just 5 days later, the Attorney General issued a memorandum directing the FBI and U.S. Attorney's offices to address a, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence at school board meetings. And if you remember, when we had the Attorney General in front of this committee, we asked him about where did they learn about this harassment, this disturbing spike in intimidation? Where did they learn about it? And his response was, from the school board letter that they helped coordinate and put together to send to the White House. The press release that accompanied that memorandum said that Mr. Olson's division, the National Security Division, would be involved in a department-wide effort to target parents. That's right. The division that is supposed to be prosecuting terrorists, protecting us from terrorists, the kind that want to hijack planes and bring down buildings, decided that a priority of this division of the FBI is parents at school board meetings. And oh, guess what? We find out that this whole situation was coordinated. That's right. Like I said earlier, the NSBA letter was a pretext for the memorandum. The letter was instigated by the White House. Documents released by the National School Boards Association show that the White House knew that the letter would urge the administration to invoke the Patriot Act, and the White House raised no objections. In fact, the National School Boards Association admitted that President Biden telephoned the then NSBA president to say that he was appreciative of the letter. When this all came to light and America's parents rightly became outraged, the National School Board Association apologized for its action. The NSBA wrote to its members, quote, "We regret and apologize for the letter." That's a lot more than the Attorney General or the Biden administration has done, because as far as we know, the memorandum is still in place. That's right, as far as we know, the Attorney General's directive to the National Security Division to target moms and dads remains in place. And if this was it, if it was just a political stunt, that would be bad enough. But it's actually much worse. Because of whistleblowers who came forward, we know that the FBI created a threat tag specifically targeting parents, a designation specifically targeting moms and dads. And we know that the FBI opened over 24 investigations into parents merely because they stood up to speak on behalf of their children. We sent countless letters to the DOJ trying to get answers, but have gotten virtually nothing back in response. I'm sure we will have some pointed questions for Mr. Olson today, and I hope that he is prepared to give us answers on the answers our constituents deserve. We also hope he is prepared to talk about the Department of Justice's refusal to address people trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices at their homes and their children's schools. And we have great concerns about the terrorist attacks targeting pro-life facilities and groups around the country. This year, there have been dozens of attacks on these facilities, but the Biden administration seems preoccupied with other politically charged investigations. We'd also like to know why the DOJ is ignoring all the facts coming to light regarding the business dealings and illegal activities of Hunter Biden. In fact, a troubling pattern has come to light recently that indicates the Biden Justice Department seems more focused on politics than it is on fighting crime. And don't forget, this is the division of the Department of Justice that we entrust with immense surveillance powers. The chairman mentioned his reference to FISA. Within the National Security Division is the Office of Intelligence. This office is responsible for preparing and filing all applications pursuant to FISA, as well as appearing before the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Of course, we all know about the FISA abuses over the past several years and how the Department of Justice and the FBI misused FISA to target the campaign of President Trump. Mr. Olson has been entrusted with a great deal of responsibility. It's our hope that today he's come prepared to answer a great deal of questions this committee has about the Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Is Hunter Biden a national security threat?
That's not a question that would come up before me, Congressman.
You're the head of the National Security Division, so it seems sort of on the nose.
It's not in my practice or experience to identify individuals
Not in my purview.
and to
We've
label
heard that before.
any individual, an American citizen or any individual as a national security threat.
Well, you would certainly concede that if the adult offspring of the President of the United States or the Vice President were compromised, that would be a national security threat, right?
We speak through our filings in court, and we speak through our actions in open court. So I would,
Okay, well,
I would
speak to this.
remain
Where's the
in
laptop?
that position.
Do you know where Hunter Biden's laptop is?
Again, I'm not going to talk about any potential ongoing
do you know where it
investigation
is?
as I sit
do
here.
you know where it is?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing
You
investigation.
come here and you tell us you follow the facts and the law, but you can't even follow a laptop that you guys have had for 3 years.
We follow the facts and the law, and we speak in open court about our
Yeah,
cases.
but you aren't speaking about this. But you know who is speaking about it? The whistleblowers from the FBI who've gone to Senator Grassley and said that you guys purposefully take any information that is derogatory about Hunter Biden and you go and rat hole it so that you never have to speak about it in any circumstance. But the good news is you're not the only ones with that laptop. So Patrick Ho was convicted of bribing government officials in Africa, and he gave $1 million to Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not going to speak about any ongoing investigation.
Is that an ongoing?
I can assure
is
you
that an ongoing investigation?
I'm not going to.
Patrick
I'm not
Ho
going to
bribe?
speak about any potential ongoing
Like, don't you
investigation.
see that that degrades the country's belief in you guys when you have whistleblowers saying that you're purposefully rat-holing this information, and then you come here and say you won't talk about it? I mean, you know, inside Hunter Biden's multi-million-dollar deals with a Chinese energy company, Washington Post, Matt Vizier, Chinese elite paid $31 million to Hunter and the Bidens, Peter Schweitzer in the New York Post. Hunter Biden's business partner called Joe Biden the big guy in panic messages. Do you guys call Joe Biden the big guy at the Department of Justice?
So I think it's important to understand why we don't speak about cases outside of the courtroom.
By the way, I already know why.
Sir, if I may answer the question.
You know
May I
why you
answer
don't
the
speak
question?
about it? Because it's about Hunter Biden. You guys have no problem leaking about other stuff, right? Like, you got no problem going out and tagging parents at school board meetings as a national security threat, but when all of the facts and all of the law are before you regarding the corruption of Hunter Biden, you don't want to speak to that at all. And it's precisely why you've got folks that are talking to Senator Grassley about it. Bohai Harvest. So 10 days after Vice President Biden takes Hunter Biden to China, 10 days after, this long, toiling venture of Hunter Biden that can't get off the ground, 10 days after they go, he automatically gets approved. So for a deal in China with Bohai Harvest. Like, have you guys looked into that?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing investigation.
Well, you know who else is talking? Tony Bobolinsky. Tony Bobolinsky told the world that Joe Biden was cut in on a CCP energy deal that was orchestrated by Hunter Biden. Like, have you guys talked to Tony Bobolinsky?
Again, we don't talk about ongoing investigations in settings such as this.
So Joe Biden, well, okay, how about this? Will you commit to a classified briefing on these matters?
I'd certainly be happy to talk to you or any member of the committee about matters of national security.
Okay, well,
but
is
I don't
this a
talk
matter
about,
of national
I do not
security?
talk, we do not talk outside of courtrooms about ongoing investigations.
Well, is there an ongoing investigation of the annual fund dinner that happened where Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States and Hunter Biden holds his fund's annual dinner at the Chinese embassy? But in order to do that, in order to get the Chinese embassy to roll out the red carpet for Hunter Biden and to raise money for his fund, he had to go to the embassy 30 minutes before and have a one-on-one meeting with the Chinese ambassador. Do you think it's possible that that meeting might have jeopardized national security?
I'm not going to comment about any potential or ongoing investigation.
Well, here's the thing. It's pretty easy to see that Hunter Biden is compromised. I think every American knows that's a threat to national security. I think we're watching a crime spree in progress that Hunter Biden is orchestrating. And one has to wonder, like, what are the Chinese getting for the tens of millions of dollars that they're cutting the Biden family in on? What is the Chinese Communist Party getting as a result of cutting in 10% for the big guy? And I just happened to notice that, like, you guys canceled the China initiative that President Trump put in place, where you focus talent on those things. You know, Jim Biden said to Tony Bobulinski that the reason they're able to get away with this corruption is plausible deniability. And that is precisely the plausible deniability that you are animating and exemplifying today. And you know what? Winter's coming. We're going to be in the majority, and then you're going to have to answer these questions for the country.
Thank you. Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Is Hunter Biden a national security threat?
That's not a question that would come up before me, Congressman.
You're the head of the National Security Division, so it seems sort of on the nose.
It's not in my practice or experience to identify individuals
Not in my purview.
and to
We've
label
heard that before.
any individual, an American citizen or any individual, as a national security threat.
Well, you would certainly concede that if the adult offspring of the President of the United States or the Vice President were compromised, that would be a national security threat, right?
We speak through our filings in court, and we speak through our actions in open court. So I would,
Okay, well,
I would
speak to this.
remain
Where's the
in
laptop?
that position.
Do you know where Hunter Biden's laptop is?
Again, I'm not going to talk about any potential ongoing
do you know where it
investigation
is?
as I sit
do
here.
you know where it is?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing
You
investigations.
come here and you
as
tell
I
us you
sit
follow
here.
the facts and the law, but you can't even follow a laptop that you guys have had for 3 years.
We follow the facts and the law, and we speak in open court about our
Yeah,
cases.
but you aren't speaking about this. But you know who is speaking about it? The whistleblowers from the FBI who've gone to Senator Grassley and said that you guys purposefully take any information that is derogatory about Hunter Biden and you go and rat hole it so that you never have to speak about it in any circumstance. But the good news is you're not the only ones with that laptop. So Patrick Ho was convicted of bribing government officials in Africa, and he gave $1 million to Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not going to speak about any ongoing investigation.
Is that an ongoing?
I can assure
is
you
that an ongoing investigation?
I'm not going to.
Patrick
I'm not going to
Ho bribe?
speak about any potential ongoing
Like, don't you
investigation.
see that that degrades the country's belief in you guys when you have whistleblowers saying that you're purposefully rat-holing this information, and then you come here and say you won't talk about it? I mean, you know, inside Hunter Biden's multi-million-dollar deals with a Chinese energy company, Washington Post, Matt Vizier, Chinese elite paid $31 million to Hunter and the Bidens, Peter Schweitzer in the New York Post. Hunter Biden's business partner called Joe Biden the big guy in panic messages. Do you guys call Joe Biden the big guy at the Department of Justice?
So I think it's important to understand why we don't speak about cases outside of the courtroom.
By the way, I already know why.
Sir, if I may answer the question.
You know
May I
why you
answer
don't
the
speak
question?
about it? Because it's about Hunter Biden. You guys have no problem leaking about other stuff, right? Like, you got no problem going out and tagging parents at school board meetings as a national security threat, but when all of the facts and all of the law are before you regarding the corruption of Hunter Biden, you don't want to speak to that at all. And it's precisely why you've got folks that are talking to Senator Grassley about it. Bohai Harvest. So 10 days after Vice President Biden takes Hunter Biden to China, 10 days after, this long, toiling venture of Hunter Biden that can't get off the ground, 10 days after they go, he automatically gets approved. So for a deal in China with Bohai Harvest. Like, have you guys looked into that?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing investigation.
Well, you know who else is talking? Tony Bobulinski. Tony Bobulinski told the world that Joe Biden was cut in on a CCP energy deal that was orchestrated by Hunter Biden. Like, have you guys talked to Tony Bobulinski?
Again, we don't talk about ongoing investigations in settings such as this.
So Joe Biden, well, okay, how about this? Will you commit to a classified briefing on these matters?
I'd certainly be happy to talk to you or any member of the committee about matters of national security.
Okay, well,
but
is this a matter of national security?
We do not talk outside of courtrooms about ongoing investigations.
Well, is there an ongoing investigation of the annual fund dinner that happened where Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States and Hunter Biden holds his fund's annual dinner at the Chinese embassy? And But in order to do that, in order to get the Chinese embassy to roll out the red carpet for Hunter Biden and to raise money for his fund, he had to go to the embassy 30 minutes before and have a one-on-one meeting with the Chinese ambassador. Do you think it's possible that that meeting might have jeopardized national security?
I'm not going to comment about any potential or ongoing investigation.
Well, here's the thing. It's pretty easy to see that Hunter Biden is compromised. I think every American knows that's a threat to national security. I think we're watching a crime spree in progress that Hunter Biden is orchestrating. And one has to wonder, like, what are the Chinese getting for the tens of millions of dollars that they're cutting the Biden family in on? What is the Chinese Communist Party getting as a result of cutting in 10% for the big guy? And I just happened to notice that, like, you guys canceled the China initiative that President Trump put in place, where you focus talent on those things. You know, Jim Biden said to Tony Bobolinsky that the reason they're able to get away with this corruption is plausible deniability. And that is precisely the plausible deniability that you are animating and exemplifying today. And you know what? Winter's coming. We're going to be in the majority, and then you're going to have to answer these questions for the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, which requires those representing foreign principals to register with DOJ, is a law administered by your office, the National Security Division. Is that fair?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
I have behind me an email from 2016 during the Obama-Biden administration between Hunter Biden and Miguel Alemán, the son of a Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. The first lines say, "We are arriving late tonight on Air Force 2 to Mexico City. We'll be there for Thursday. I'm attending meeting with President meaning President Nieto, with Dad." Highlighted are the comments, "We have been talking about business deals and partnerships for 7 years. I've brought every single person you've ever asked me to bring to the effing White House and the Vice President's house and the inauguration. I've delivered on every single thing you've ever asked." In this email, Hunter Biden acknowledges his attendance at a meeting between Mexican President Nieto and then Vice President Biden, discusses business deals and partnerships with a wealthy and politically connected Mexican family, references access provided to Mexican businessmen at the White House and Vice President's house, and states he'd already delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. Did this email, or does this email, raise concerns that Hunter Biden might have acted contrary to FARA, since it appears he never registered to represent foreign principals?
So I'm not familiar with the email that you're referring to. What I can tell you is that it is a fundamental principle of the Justice Department and consistent with my almost 20-year career that we follow the facts and the law in every case without regard to
you're not familiar, but you're not familiar with this
ideology.
You're not familiar with this this email here.
I'm
we
not.
have next up, we're going to show you a picture of Vice President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world, in 2015, while Joe Biden was vice president. This picture seems to conflict with President Biden's statement that he has never met with his son's business associates. Much of the information regarding Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings has come from the laptop that was abandoned by Hunter Biden and labeled by the media as misinformation, as well as by 51 former intelligence officers in a weird letter dated October 19, 2020, which I will submit for the record. This week, we learned FBI whistleblowers have come forward and reported the FBI committed a widespread effort within the FBI to downplay or discredit negative information about Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that reporting?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Has any investigation of Hunter Biden by your office been influenced by the work product or actions taken by FBI agent Timothy Thibault?
So I'm not going to comment on any investigation that may or may not be ongoing. What I can assure you is that we follow the facts and evidence, and we apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution in every single case without regard to ideology or politics.
So you are unaware, because you're unaware of the reporting, so you're unaware of any efforts within the Department of Justice to label derogatory information on Hunter Biden as disinformation?
I'm not going to comment on any potential ongoing investigation.
Okay. According to reports, Border Patrol has apprehended at least 50 illegal aliens at the southwest border in fiscal year 2022, and the Office of Field Operations has encountered at least 50 aliens on a terror watch list at ports of entry in the fiscal year. Does CBP consult with National Security Division when they encounter an illegal alien who's on a terrorist watch list?
The National Security Division was actually created to work with other agencies, whether that's agencies in the intelligence community or agencies across the government, including agencies in the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, so this is a yes or no. This is not hard. Does CBP give you information when they find someone who's on the terrorist watch list when they encounter them at the border? Did they give that information to you?
I can't speak as I sit here to any particular situation or circumstance. What I can tell you is that the whole point of
I'm not asking about the circumstances. Is the process is that they report to you? So you have 100 known encounters of people on a terrorist watch list. I assume one would think it's coming to you. I'm asking about the process, not a specific case.
So in general, Congressman, the way the system works is that the FBI investigates the crimes that we prosecute.
So here we go. Let's get to the specific
It may well be
case.
that information goes between
Let's get to the specific
CBP
case,
and
then.
the FBI, but
I'll
I don't
reclaim my
have
time.
specific information.
Are you
about
familiar
that.
with the name Issam Bazi?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the name Issam Bazi?
No.
Okay, he's a Lebanese-born Venezuelan national listed on the FBI's terror watch list, who was released into the United States after crossing the border illegally. According to reports, the FBI recommended keeping him in custody, but ICE headquarters intervened and released him because of a concern that he might catch COVID-19 because he was overweight. So far, there's been more than 500,000 known gotaways into the country illegally. How many can you extrapolate are on the terrorist watch list? And have you done any assessment as according to the national security risk?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Thank you for being with us. We appreciate that. I think that you've heard a pretty common theme today from several that have questioned you. There is the perception that we have two tiers of justice, and one for people that are favored and one for ordinary Americans. And I think that has come through in many of the questions that you've heard from us. I want to ask you just a few things so that we can get it on the record that I think would help restore some faith in the Bureau, in the work they're trying to do. Americans looked at what they perceived to be, and I think rightly so, a ton of money that was wasted on the Russia collusion investigation. So do you agree that the allegation of secret collusion between President Trump and Russia was a hoax? Yes or no?
I don't think that's the terminology I would use, but I think there's been a lot written on this subject, and both in the special counsel's report, the inspector general's
Just
report.
yes or no is fine.
So that's not a term I would use.
Okay. Do you agree that the Hunter Biden laptop was not Russia disinformation?
Now you're asking about an ongoing investigation that I expect our folks to pursue aggressively, and I can't comment on that.
Okay, and you possess the laptop, right?
Again, I can't discuss that in an ongoing
Okay.
investigation.
And when do we expect to hear from General Durham with his report?
That's really a question for Special Counsel Durham. We are actively assisting him in that investigation.
And do you agree that an open border is a national security threat?
As I think I said in response to my Senator Cornyn, I think there are serious security issues represented at the border, a wide array of criminal threats that we are deeply concerned about at the FBI, and that transcends everything from gangs, violence.
Yes, the sheriffs in Tennessee counties continued to tell me, and last Friday I was with 7 different counties, and the number one issue for them is that open border and the presence of drug traffickers, drugs, human trafficking. They talk about the cartels that have set up hubs. They can tell you where the drugs are coming from that are coming into their community. You mentioned 300 task forces that you have. Do you have one that is specific to this? Because I was surprised yesterday with Mr. Polite, who was before us from the criminal division. They didn't seem to have one that was focused specifically on these cartels.
We at the FBI have a number of things that are focused on that. We have what we call our TOC program, which is our Transnational Organized Criminal Program, and our TOC West program is focused on the Western Hemisphere, the cartels in particular, and it's quite a number of task forces there.
Okay, I think one of the things that has concerned me is looking at the number of terrorists that are coming across that border. So far in fiscal year 22, we've had 56 there were 15 non-citizen terrorists that crossed in 21, 3 in 20, and 0 in 19. What are you all doing to help apprehend these individuals? Senator Hawley talked with you about the Afghan refugees. People remember what happened on 9/11. They remember what happened with the Boston bombing. And to see this number of terrorists that are coming across that border and into the country. So how are you tracking, monitoring, apprehending, and investigating these individuals?
So I guess there are two things I would cite. One is we're constantly sharing watch listing information with DHS and with our partners to improve border security in that regard. And then second, through our joint terrorism task forces all over the country, we are investigating any number of individuals who are here in the United States attempting to put together a case.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Once a local sheriff reports to an FBI field office that they have someone they think is a bad actor, then how long does it take you all to do that? You've used the term audit, assessment, and investigation. How long does it take you to respond to that and get going on these?
Well, I mean, as you might imagine, it depends on the circumstances and the way in which it's reported. But I mean, we a lot of times we're opening investigations, that same day.
All
I mean,
right,
I guess,
let me move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, who is Timothy Tebow?
Mr. Tebow was, for some period of time until relatively recently, what's called an ASAC in our Washington field office.
He was the Assistant Special Agent in charge?
That's what ASAC stands for. There's a whole number of them in the Washington field office. The structure is there's at the head of the office, and then there's SACs, and then the next level down, there's the level that he was at.
And he has or had been with the FBI about 25 years. Is that right?
Well, now you're testing my knowledge a little bit.
Okay. He was a powerful guy. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
He was a powerful guy. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know that I would use that description.
Okay. He had no power?
I think every law enforcement agent in the FBI with the responsibilities they're entrusted with has significant power.
Okay. Did he work on the President Trump Russian collusion investigation?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Not that I'm aware of, but I can't say that with certainty.
Did he or does he work on the FBI investigation of Mr. Hunter Biden?
So the investigation that you're referring to, and I have to be a little bit careful because we're talking about an ongoing investigation, is being run out of our Baltimore field office, working with the Delaware U.S. Attorney, who's a holdover from the prior administration.
So I'm confused, Chris, with your answer. Did he work, or does he work on the Hunter Biden investigation?
As I said, the Hunter Biden investigation is being run out of the Baltimore field office.
Isn't it true that in September of 2020, Special Agent Tebow went on social media and liked a Washington Post article entitled, quote, "William Barr has gone rogue"?
I have seen descriptions to that effect. I have to be a little bit careful about how far we can go in this conversation because of specific ongoing personnel matters.
Isn't it true that also in September of 2020, Special Agent Tebow went on social media and posted a Washington Post article entitled, quote, "Why the Michael Flynn Case Still Matters"?
A similar answer to the one I gave before.
Isn't it true that in November of 2020, Special Agent Tebow, Assistant Special Agent in charge of the D.C. office, who allegedly worked on the Trump-Russia collusion investigation and the Hunter Biden investigation, retweeted a Lincoln Project tweet that said, quote, "Donald Trump is a psychologically broken, embittered, and deeply unhappy man"?
Again, I've seen descriptions of posts, and I'm really trying to be very careful not to get in the way of any ongoing personnel matters.
Isn't it also true that in January of 2001, in response to Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville's election to the United States Senate from Alabama, of course, Special Agent Tebow went on social media and posted, quote, "Thank God for Mississippi, the state motto of Alabama"?
Can't sit here and quote chapter and verse on an individual's social media posts.
Isn't it also true that in June of 2020, Special Agent in charge Tebow, a 25-year veteran of the agency, tweeted to Congresswoman Liz Cheney, quote, "Your dad was a disgrace"?
Again, I've seen descriptions to that effect, but I'm going to have to be very careful not to interfere with any kind of ongoing person.
And last month, didn't Agent Tebow go on media and tweet, quote, "Can we give Kentucky to the Russian Federation"?
Again, same answer that I've given before.
All right. Isn't it true that Mr. Tebow, Agent Tebow, excuse me, and FBI Supervisory Intelligence Analyst Brian Otan covered up derogatory information about Mr. Hunter Biden while working for the FBI?
Well, again, I want to be very careful not to interfere with ongoing personnel matters. I should say that when I read the letter that describes the kinds of things that you're talking about, I found it deeply troubling. And
it is troubling.
And it is totally...
And it's not about their political beliefs.
Right.
It's not about their political beliefs. It's about that this is a senior employee at the FBI with years of experience going on social media and tweeting this kind of stuff.
So I have, since I started in...
Which gives the people the impression that there is bias, whether there is or there isn't.
I feel very strongly, and I have communicated consistently since I started as director, that our folks need to make sure that they're not just doing the right thing, that they're doing it in the right way, and that they avoid even the appearance of bias or lack of objectivity. And in fact, one of the things I did, which to my knowledge had never been done before at the FBI, was in 2018, I pulled together and I started at the top, which in my experience, and somebody in law enforcement, it never works that way. I started at the top and I brought the 250 or so very top people in the FBI from one corner of the globe to the other for a full day stand down at Quantico, where the whole focus of the message, and we heard from the Inspector General, we heard from a judge, we heard from the people who enforced the Hatch Act, the whole focus was on the importance of the
But you wouldn't do something like this. This man had been with the FBI for 25 years. He's now on leave. He did this kind of stuff as recently as last month. Do you know how this looks to the American people?
I will tell you that what you're describing is not representative of the FBI that I see up close every day in this country, where I see patriots working their tails off
and I
with
agree
tremendous
with
integrity and
I agree with that,
objectivity.
and have said that to you repeatedly. But you're killing yourselves with this stuff. And this investigation needs to be completed on this gentleman, and the results need to be reported to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want investigations into the surrender in Afghanistan that left 13 of our finest in flag-draped coffins. I want investigations into the DOJ's corruption and the GOP, should form a select committee investigation into one of the greatest national security threats America is facing today. And we know a lot about it already because we have the laptop from hell. But I am calling for a select committee to investigate the law-breaking, crack-smoking, gun-ditching, hooker-loving son of a resident, Hunter Biden. Now, I wish I could tell you that I had full faith in GOP leadership in both the House and the Senate to defund the deep state and to hold the Biden regime accountable. But I don't. I've been disappointed. You have been disappointed too many times. So let me tell you, serving in Congress, I still see far too many squishy Republicans who think that that R next to their name stands for rollover. These members that ain't what it's for, folks. These members just want to get paid, go to swanky receptions, and be in bed by 9. That is not a representative. That is a welfare recipient.
Thank you, Brian. Elise Stefanik, House Republican Conference Chair, Representative for New York's 21st District, member of House Intel and House Armed Services Committee. House Republicans are committed to immediate oversight, accountability, and a fulsome investigation to provide needed transparency and answers to the American people regarding Joe Biden and his administration's weaponization of the Department of Justice and FBI against Joe Biden's political opponent. President Donald Trump is Joe Biden's most likeliest political opponent in 2024, and this is less than 100 days from critical midterm elections. The FBI raid of President Trump is a complete abuse and overreach of its authority. And as the American people know, unfortunately, this is the same agency leadership that protected Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and continues to protect Hunter Biden. The same agency leadership that perpetrated the false Russia hoax for years. And it's not just these national issues that have led to historic distrust among the American people. It's local issues as well. Like in my district, the FBI's leadership overreach and politicization continues to occur. The FBI continues to stonewall a critical investigation. They're stonewalling providing information and transparency into their role in the deadliest car crash in recent years where they mishandled a longtime FBI informant. And while some of you national reporters may not know this issue, for reporters in the media in my district, this is one of the most important FBI issues that we're facing in upstate New York. But But the American people are smart, and they have had enough. It is unfortunately why there is a fundamental lack of trust in these agencies, and the American people deserve answers. A House Republican majority will leave no stone unturned when it comes to transparency and accountability into the brazen politicization of Joe Biden's DOJ and FBI targeting their political
opponents. In the White House, we also have had recent revelations that right before the 2020 election, the Federal Bureau of Investigation asked Facebook, take down any stories about the Hunter Biden laptop. Now, look, pause for a second. I get there are partisan differences between both sides. And in an election, Republicans like things that help Republicans, Democrats like things that help Democrats. That's the nature of politics. Anyone remotely concerned about free speech or civil liberties ought to be concerned about the FBI asking big tech weeks before an election to take down information because it's politically harmful to the party they want to prevail. And by the way, it's worth underscoring, we now know the Hunter Biden laptop story was true. Not only was it not misinformation, not only was it not Russian misinformation, which is what the FBI falsely claimed, it was true, it was accurate, it was real. Nonetheless, both Facebook and Twitter said take it down, and they demanded of the New York Post, they deplatformed a newspaper founded by Alexander Hamilton with the 5th largest circulation in the country. They deplatformed the New York Post as long as they kept it up. Now, if you care about journalism, big tech operating at the behest of the FBI to interfere in an election ought to scare the hell out of you. So, when I look at this question, what is preeminent to me is whether this bill is going to increase or decrease censorship. I've got a series of amendments which I intend to offer this morning. And whether I vote yes or no on this bill is going to depend on what happens on those amendments. And I will say this to the authors of the bill. For most of us here, this is not our first rodeo. We've been through a markup. I understand often the authors of a bill circle the wagons and say, okay, any amendment that does anything significant, we're against. We got our bill, we want to force it through. And it's not that hard to count noses in this markup. I think right now, if this bill comes to a vote, you get most or all of the Democrats. Maybe one or two exceptions, but you're going to get almost every Democrat. And you'll get at least a handful of Republicans. That'll be enough to pass it. That will get over the majority threshold. So that if the objective today is to move this bill out of committee, you probably got the votes. That being said, I think whether or not the authors of this bill take the amendments I've authored, whether or not the authors of this bill are willing to do something meaningful to prevent partisan censorship and silencing of free speech online and in the media, I think will determine whether this bill has any realistic prospect of passing on the floor. Because a narrow vote out of committee, I think, is extraordinarily unlikely to actually pass into law on the floor. So I hope we can actually agree that free speech matters and come together on it. And I suppose when we move to the amendments, we'll see if we can.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. As co-sponsor, I'm going to call on Senator Kennedy to offer the First Amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zetko, thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
I want to make sure I got this straight. You've stated today and in your report that about 4,000 Twitter employees are classified as engineers. Is that right?
Yes, sir. At the time, half the employees, I believe there were 7,000 plus full-time employees.
Got it. And that means that these 4,000-ish employees would have had access to live user data all over Twitter. They could access individual users' personal information, including their live data. Have I got that right?
Yes, sir. If they, so they would have access to the production environment. If they spent the time to meander around and look around, they would find that they could access these large troves of data.
Including geolocation data? Did you testify to that earlier today?
I know that Twitter has IP locations and that they do use geolocation services based upon IP addresses.
Wow, 4,000 employees with access to that data. That's extraordinary. So those employees would be in a position then, if they wanted to get this information and dox Twitter users. Is that fair to say?
That is a concern of mine, sir, yes.
Wow. That's a significant concern. 4,000 people with the ability to dox individual users who pick up the phone and use Twitter. That's extraordinary. Have you ever seen it happen?
I have seen numerous situations where Twitter engineers had to patch a problem, and I said, what was the problem? And they said, oh, engineers could tweet as anybody. The data was exposed in this part, and it was always reactionary rather in finding these wounds left and right and putting Band-Aids on them because the systemic underlying problems were not addressed, the broad access to too much information and too many systems.
When you say Twitter engineers could tweet as anybody, tell me what that means.
That meant a Twitter engineer understanding how the running systems and the data flows were operating could then access and inject or put forward information as I mentioned in my oral statement, any of the senators sitting here today.
And have you ever seen that happen?
No, not directly.
Not directly. Are you concerned it has happened? Do you have some reason to believe it may have happened?
The number of cases that were reported to me by individual engineers saying, hey, we found this, I'm going to try and have somebody fix it, where that was the exact problem and we wouldn't know if it had happened in the past, yes, I am concerned.
Wow, I think that's pretty significant testimony. Let me make sure that I understand also just this point. A Facebook whistleblower came forward a couple of years ago now, came to me, to my office, and told us that at Facebook, they at least had some policies on the books that restricted back-end developers from using or from accessing user data. Now, whether or not those policies were ever followed, who really knows? But is it your testimony to me that Twitter had no similar policies in place that would have restricted these 4,000 engineers from accessing user data in this way?
Not technical enforcement, technical policies that were enforced. I did see basic policies such as, hey, you're not supposed to access inappropriate systems, but I also saw policies saying that your work laptops should only run in the following setups, and I was aware that I don't believe any of the laptops were in compliance with those policies.
None of the laptops?
Based upon the policy that I read, I do not believe any of the laptops were in compliance with that security policy.
Zero in compliance with their policy. That's extraordinary. Let me ask you about this. That same Facebook whistleblower told us a couple of years ago now that Twitter's content moderation staff routinely collaborated with content moderators at Facebook and Google. Is that true to your knowledge? Do you have any information about that?
That would be in a team under counsel, and I wouldn't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Are you aware of any Twitter policies that would have prohibited coordination on content moderation between Facebook, Google, and Twitter?
Not to the best of my knowledge, I am not aware.
Okay, so it's eminently possible, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about this. Are you aware of any communications regarding content moderation with Twitter staff and the United States government in your time at the company?
I'm familiar of the conversations that happen through Department of Homeland Security, the traffic light protocol, where there are messages sent out to organizations about threats that maybe the FBI or other organizations had insight into.
So earlier this year, documents that we obtained from a different whistleblower at the Department of Homeland Security exposed that the Disinformation Board that the Department of Homeland Security set up, that first on the Disinformation Board's list of companies to meet with was Twitter. And they had an extensive memo, which by the way is public information now. We've released it. You can go and look at it. But they had a memo prepared with notes for this meeting with Twitter, talking about cooperation in content moderation and frankly in monitoring Americans' speech. And now we know that thousands of Twitter employees have access to that. This was all in these documents. I guess my question to you is, and I know you weren't in those meetings, but why do you suppose that the Disinformation Board had Twitter first on the list of entities to come to talk about coordinating monitoring American speech?
I can't opine on that, but I can say that Twitter is a tremendously influential platform, and we do know that there are information operations being run on Twitter.
Do you think it's maybe because Twitter has proved so pliant to government pressure, to censorship and monitor people? I'm thinking of, first of all, the Hunter Biden story. We now know that Twitter killed the Hunter Biden reporting. We know Mark Zuckerberg has said that the FBI pushed Facebook to do so. Facebook throttled it down. Twitter killed it completely, locked up accounts that were trying to report on what we now know was a true story. Or how about in your own report, you claimed that the Twitter CEO proposed caving to the Russian government's demands to censor content on Twitter and spy on its users, and you noted that this occurred even as you were directing employees to prepare for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That sounds like an executive team that's pretty darn pliant to the demands of governments to weaponize effectively their platform to control information, to spy on its users. What's your view?
I wasn't there when the Hunter Biden issue happened, and I don't have any information on that. I wasn't briefed into it or involved in any of the investigations. The CEO was the CTO at the time when he proposed to me that, hey, what do you think about, why don't we just let Russia perform their own moderation? They're a democracy, so why shouldn't we let them do it? I didn't know what to think at the time. Then, sir, I was a little flabbergasted.
Well, I think I know what to think. Which is that Twitter has been all too eager to take private information from its users without telling them, to sell it and monetize it without their permission, to expose them to the worst kind of security threats, to censor them, to spy on them. I mean, you have painted a picture of a company that is not only out of control, but is truly in many ways a malign actor. And I thank you for being willing to be here and testify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. The hearing record will remain open for 1 week for submission of materials for the record. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, when Attorney General Garland went through the confirmation process for his current job as Attorney General of the United States, he made a solemn pledge to keep politics out of the Justice Department. I, for one, was encouraged by his statement, having seen the disastrous politicalization of the Justice Department under former Attorney General Eric Holder and Loretta Lynch. Attorney General Garland said this, he said, quote, "I will never make a decision in the department based on politics or partisanship." I took him at his word. I hope we wouldn't see a return to the days when people saw double standards play out in the Justice Department based on who happened to be in office, who happened to be investigated. But clearly, under Attorney General Garland's leadership, the Department of Justice has pointed its arrows toward concerned parents, for example, who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up about their children's education. Attorney General Garland has sued the state of Georgia and the state of Texas, for example, claiming that ballot integrity measures that were within the prerogative of the states to pass were somehow suppressing the public's right to vote. We're going to start voting in about 50 days from now. That's the main election date. In Texas, we'll start voting a full 2 weeks before that date, where without any reason whatsoever, you can show up and vote in person 2 full weeks before the general election. Yet Attorney General Garland spins a false narrative that somehow the state of Texas is suppressing people's rights to vote. And then Attorney General Garland, I think, shocked everybody by authorizing an unprecedented search warrant on a former president and a current political rival, when less intrusive means and methods would have produced the same documents that they claimed to be after. Time to time again, the Department of Justice under Merrick Garland has taken aggressive actions that are viewed by the Biden administration as politically advantageous. For everybody else, though, it's a different story, that double standard. When Supreme Court justices are receiving death threats, including the interdiction of a deranged man who was out to kill Justice Kavanaugh here at the nation's Capitol, the Attorney General did not respond by taking appropriate steps to prevent that violence. In fact, he fanned the flames. Instead of protecting the justices, he chose to criticize them and encourage what amounts to irresponsible conduct on the part of people on the left. And now I'm concerned about the department's double standard in handling of the Hunter Biden investigation. The public reports are that the president's son has been under investigation by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Delaware for a long time now. There's a lot, of course, we don't know, but reported leaks and evidence seem to show that Hunter Biden may have committed various felonies, including tax fraud, money laundering, and foreign lobbying violations. Despite the severity of these concerns, recent news reports have painted an alarming picture at the Department of Justice's handling of this investigation, silencing whistleblowers, downplaying or discrediting inculpatory information, prohibiting the Department of Justice and FBI employees from communicating with members of Congress. This does not look, sound, or smell like an impartial investigation guided only by the facts and the rule of law. Just across the street from here sits the Supreme Court of the United States. On the front of that court is the inscription, "Equal Justice under Law." There's no footnote, there's no asterisk, there's no exception for relatives of the President of the United States. Every American is entitled to fair and equal treatment and equal justice under the laws. The Attorney General must guarantee that Hunter Biden receives the same treatment as any other American who is under a criminal investigation. Not better, not worse, but the same. Today, 32 of my colleagues and I have sent a letter to Attorney General Garland urging him to provide special counsel authorities and protections to the U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who is leading the investigation into Hunter Biden. This is a critical step that the Attorney General can and should take to restore faith in this investigation and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. So I hope he'll honor our request, do what he pledged to do when he was confirmed, and keep politics out of this investigation, and in the process restore public confidence to our nation's most revered institutions. Madam President, on another matter, the migration surge at the southern border has been at a crisis level for a year and a half now. Coming from a border state with 1,200 miles of common border with Mexico, we've experienced a disproportionate impact of that humanitarian surge, as well as the drugs that have found their way into the United States as a result. This, after all, is part of a business model or plan by the cartels who get rich smuggling people and drugs into the United States. But just in terms of the volume of migrants coming across, we've logged more than 150,000 border crossings every month for each of the last 17 consecutive months. That's unprecedented and shocking. Alarm bells used to sound when illegal border crossings topped 100,000 a month, but we haven't dipped below that level since President Biden took office. In the last year, Customs and Border Protection has logged nearly 2.3 million border crossings across the southern border. Now, these records come with serious consequences for everyone involved. Our Democratic colleagues and members of the news media focus their attention on how this surge impacts the migrants themselves, and there's no question that migrants endure a brutal journey to reach our country. They typically pay thousands of dollars to travel with human traffickers, or coyotes as they're sometimes called, who are known to rape, rob, abuse, and abandon for dead their customers. Those who survive the perilous journey to our border still face serious dangers. These are people who come not through our legal immigration process, but want to jump ahead of the line of the people who are waiting, even though we naturalize about 1 million people a year in the United States. In June of this year, 53 migrants, including 3 children, passed away after being locked in a tractor-trailer rig on a 100-degree day in Texas. A horrible way to die. The Washington Post described it as the deadliest smuggling incident of its kind in U.S. history. Last month, 2 children died attempting to cross the Rio Grande and drowned in that river attempting to make their way into the United States. One was a 5-year-old girl from Guatemala who was swept from her mother's arms into the river. And just 2 weeks ago, Customs and Border Protection confirmed that another 9 migrants had died trying to cross the Rio Grande. Since last October, more than 750,000 migrants have died at our border. That does not include the ones we have not yet discovered, but will eventually discover as a rancher comes across the bleached bones of a migrant who's been left behind by the heartless coyotes. Migrants are suffering every day, and we can't lose sight of the humanitarian crisis. But the migrants aren't the only victims of the border crisis. They've chosen to try to enter the United States irregularly, other than through legal means, and turn their lives over to people who care nothing for them, but care only about them as a human commodity and how much money that they can make smuggling them in the United States. But migration surges have a devastating impact on border communities like the border communities in my state, in Arizona, New Mexico, and California. Over the last year and a half, I've visited our border communities several times and repeatedly have heard of the strain of this crisis. Nonprofits who try to assist in a humanitarian way. The migrants lack the space or resources to care for the thousands of people entering our country every day. Local businesses try to stay afloat amid safety concerns and significant financial losses. Morgues have reached capacity due to the influx of deceased migrants. As we've discussed during a Judiciary Committee hearing last week, local health systems and emergency response services are stretched to the breaking. Last year alone, in a small town called Del Rio, Texas, 15,000 Haitian migrants showed up under a bridge. Can you imagine? A town of 35,000 people having to deal with trying to address the needs and treat these migrants in a humane way. Well, during the 2019 surge, Customs and Border Protection reported that it was on track to refer more than 31,000 migrants for medical treatment, compared with only 12,000 the previous year. Of course, the surge in 2019 pales into comparison to what's happening now as a result of President Biden's failed border policies. The number of migrants needing medical care today is much, much higher. The strain this places on local hospitals and public health systems not only impacts the migrants, but also the American citizens who live and work in these border communities. We all remember the strain on our healthcare systems during the height of the pandemic. Hospitals inundated with COVID cases made it more difficult to get care in the event of you were experiencing some other public or other health emergency. As Brooks County Sheriff Martinez wrote in his testimony in the hearing we had last week, ambulances that ordinarily would respond to emergency calls from local citizens are now diverted to answer calls in remote areas, to answer the needs of the migrants who are experiencing a health emergency, reducing the medical services available for the local residents who actually pay the taxes that support those services. The impact of this crisis on border communities in Texas is not a consideration for the Biden administration. They simply don't care. Or, frankly, most of my Democratic colleagues here in the Senate. We heard from the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the senior senator from Illinois, complaining about the terrible state of our broken immigration system and what's happening now as migrants are being bused to places all across the country, including Chicago. But he's the only one who can convene a markup of legislation. Our Democratic colleagues have a Democrat in the White House, a Democrat speaker, and a Democrat majority leader in the United States Senate. Yet we've not seen a single piece of legislation offered or passed to try to deal with the crisis. It's always somebody else's problem, or it's just a political issue that you flail in the run-up to the coming election. Migrants are arriving in someone else's backyard. What do you care? Inundating someone else's public health system along the U.S.-Texas border and filling up somebody else's morgue. Apparently, the Biden administration doesn't care. And I haven't mentioned the 108,000 Americans that died of drug overdoses last year alone. Virtually all of those drugs, including the 71,000 Americans who died from synthetic opioid or fentanyl overdoses, virtually all those drugs come from the southern border. The precursors come from China, they come to Mexico, where the cartels get rich, shipping their poison into the United States. And then it's distributed by criminal street gangs, like the same gangs that are responsible for the dozens and dozens of shootings that seem to occur in a lot of our major cities on a weekly basis, including places like Chicago. These gangs who distribute the drugs that kill Americans fight for market share. They fight for territory. Yet our Senate Democratic colleagues who have been in the majority now, who control both the Senate, the House, and the White House, have not offered a single piece of legislation or a single response. In Texas, because of our proximity to the border, we don't have the luxury of ignoring this problem. Our communities are somehow expected to absorb and care for this vast humanitarian crisis, even though they don't have the resources to do so, even though it is the federal government's responsibility. International borders and immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility. Yet the state of Texas and taxpayers in the state have spent billions of dollars to do the job that the federal government simply refuses to do, and even then are overwhelmed. It simply is unacceptable for our Senate colleagues or members of the House who haven't lifted a finger to deal with these problems to say, well, this isn't our problem because it's not happening to us. Well, that's why maybe, just maybe, the fact that migrants are showing up in Washington, D.C., in New York and Chicago seem to be getting the attention of others who previously have not lifted a finger or expressed any concerns whatsoever. By the way, the Biden administration has been shipping and flying migrants into the interior of the United States for the last year and a half. I mean, you haven't heard a single peep. But when they start showing up in relatively small numbers compared to what's coming across the border, the mayor of Washington, D.C. declares a crisis. She asks for the activization of the National Guard. Since April, roughly 9,400 migrants have arrived in Washington, D.C. I mentioned 2.3 million have showed up at the border. But now when 9,400 migrants arrive in Washington, D.C., a self-described sanctuary city, the mayor cries out for help from the federal government. She declared a public health emergency. Well, I mentioned the total number, but an average of 6,000 migrants cross the southern border every day. And yet, the mayor of Washington, D.C., a self-described sanctuary city, is in panic when 9,400 come to her city. The Border Patrol's Rio Grande Valley sector alone sees almost an average of almost 1,400 migrants a day. Over the last 5 months, D.C. has absorbed the same number of migrants that the Rio Grande Valley sector sees in a single week. And the city is crying out for help. The way the mayor really could help is to pick up the phone and call her friends in the Biden administration and say, we need to do something about what's happening at the border. That would be a constructive thing to do. We're more than happy to work with our Democratic colleagues to come up with some solutions, like the Bipartisan Border Solutions Act that I introduced last year with a Democrat, a border state senator, Senator Sinema, Tony Gonzalez, a Republican from the 23rd Congressional District, and Henry Cuellar, a Democrat from Laredo, Texas. We offered this bill as a bipartisan, bicameral beginning to come up with a solution. Yet we've not heard a single peep out of the Biden administration. You would think, with the president's poll numbers plummeting as a result of his failure to deal with this border crisis, they would be looking for some way out, somewhere to land that plane. But they've not reached out at all. They've not responded. And Democratic leadership in the White House, House, and the Senate have taken zero actions. I'd just like my Democratic colleagues to pause for a moment and think about the communities in my state that have been operating at crisis levels since President Biden took office more than a year and a half ago. We are the ones, and they are the ones picking up the federal government's slack and managing a crisis, or trying to, that our Democratic colleagues refuse to even acknowledge. My constituents in border communities in Texas and beyond are exhausting resources paid for by their tax dollars to serve their own communities, spending them on the federal government's responsibility. And it shouldn't be any surprise that they're exhausted, they're overwhelmed, and they're desperate for the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in the House and Senate to do something. Maybe, just maybe, now that this crisis has caught the attention of the mayors of Washington, D.C., and New York and Chicago, maybe the administration will pay attention to those mayors when they've ignored this problem so far. Maybe, just maybe, they'll see that what's happening along our border every day is dangerous, unsustainable, and a problem that we need to work on together to address. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence for quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to set the record straight. Earlier, our colleague from Virginia said Republicans have manufactured investigations. So again, I want to set the record straight. Lois Lerner targeted conservatives. That's not Ranking Member Comer saying that. That's not Jim Jordan saying that. That's not Republicans saying that. That was the Inspector General at the Treasury Department saying that. The Democrats, specifically Hillary Clinton, tried to misinform, mislead the American people about the tragedy that happened in Benghazi. Here's what she said just days after that tragedy. Some have sought to justify this vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material on the internet. She tried to blame it on a video. John Koskinen, who came in to, quote, fix up the IRS, he actually destroyed backup tapes that were under a preservation order. Republicans haven't manufactured anything. Democrats certainly have when it comes to President Trump. Democrats targeted President Trump. They lied to the FISA court. They altered evidence in front of the FISA court. Again, not Ranking Member Comer doing that, saying that. This was the Inspector General at the Justice Department, Mr. Horowitz. They did all that. We know they did it all to do what? To spy on President Trump's campaign. The Washington Post wrote about this, that the FBI had someone posing as somebody else bump into Papadopoulos in Europe. You know what they call that? When someone pretends to be somebody else and they're being paid by the FBI to bump into someone associated with this campaign. You know what they call that? Spying. That's what they did. And this all led to Jim Comey leaking the memos to create momentum to get the special counsel, which they got, Robert Mueller, 2 years, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, $30 million later. What did they find? Not a darn thing. And he says Republicans manufacture things. They manufacture, they're still doing it. 7 years they've been going after President Trump. We just want to do the legitimate investigations, and this is certainly one. How do we know? Because last spring, the Washington Post did 2 articles, March 20th, 30th, this spring, 2 articles, 8-page articles, 4 minutes apart, talking about the Hunter Biden laptop as being real and his connections with Chinese companies. This is as real as it gets. So I guess the real question is, what are the Democrats afraid of? We're just asking for information. We're not asking for anything. Just give us the facts. We want to know the communicate. We want the information. That's all we're asking for. And it's kind of important when you think about what happened in 2020. What happened in 2020? 51 former Intel agents misled the country when they signed the letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. No, it wasn't. The Washington Post told us so March 30th of this year. Oh, and what else happened? The FBI went to Facebook and said, hey, you might want to be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. Wink, wink. Don't talk about this story. And what else happened? Maybe the most important thing. We had whistleblowers go to Senator Grassley and say that FBI agents, specifically Timothy Thibault, suppressed evidence about the Hunter Biden family operation just days and weeks before the most important election we have, a presidential election. And so what we have in front of the committee today is simply, let's just get the information. After the American people were lied to prior to the 2020 election about this story, why not let them have the truth now? It's 2 years too late to have an impact on the most important election we have in our nation. 2 years too late, but at least we should get it. And Democrats say, no, no, no. Let's just say that Republicans do things that are manufactured investigations when in fact they're not, because the Inspector General at Treasury, the Inspector General at Justice have all said they were legitimate investigations where they did wrong things. We're simply asking for information. And you guys know we can't do it. We can't do it. We're not going to do it. We're going to defend Joe Biden no matter what, even though all the evidence is there, even though the Washington Post, your favorite newspaper, said so this past spring. This is a good resolution. We should do it. I can't believe the Democrats are opposing it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
The lady for yielding. Mr. Lynch, I want to remind you, your colleagues, and all the media who's paying attention to this hearing. The reason we are investigating Hunter Biden has nothing to do with picking on a president's child. God forbid you all are concerned about that issue from the last administration. The reason we are investigating Hunter Biden is because we have credible evidence that Hunter Biden has influenced decisions that Joe Biden has made that puts our country at risk. Why did Joe Biden change the rules blocking Congress from getting the suspicious activity reports to begin with? Again, remember, Maxine Waters passed legislation out of the House to give us the information we're requesting in this resolution of inquiry. Don't misimply the intent of the Hunter Biden investigation. It's because we are concerned about the potential compromise of this administration and the bad policies, especially the energy policies, that they have inflicted upon the American people. The second thing, I invite any member across the aisle to challenge. We have sent 30-plus letters requesting information. Everything from the artwork. I mean, let's be real. If we become the majority and you all are in the minority, are you really going to defend the artwork? Are you going to go out on the line and say, oh, you know, this was a credible art dinner with no American special interest. This wasn't China or anything, but the artwork, the oligarchs that were paid, that paid Hunter Biden millions of dollars, and these oligarchs just happened to not get sanctions filed against them. Coincidence? Or even to the CEFC. These letters that we sent, most of the members of this committee signed on. Do you challenge anything that we requested as being fake news or misinformation? I yield back.
The gentleman's time is...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ranking Member Comer's resolution HR 1243 in this inquiry. Looking for corruption or pay to play or any of those things should be nonpartisan issues. And as someone who has worked with both sides of the aisle, I know that firsthand. Corruption is neither on one side or the other. It is on both, and we should willingly be investigating this. And if for no other reason, a most recent podcast that featured Mark Zuckerberg from August 25th on the Joe Rogan Experience, if for no other reason, his own admission that the FBI hid and told social media companies like Facebook, according to Mark Zuckerberg, to reduce the propensity or the availability of articles related to Hunter Biden's laptop on social media in days leading up to the 2020 election. For that reason alone, we should be opening this inquiry. You know, it's crazy to think that we're talking about the public interest and the public good. Well, subverting publicly available information is not for the public good. It's not in the public interest. I've heard today from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about what President Biden has done for America, citing out the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, where economists on both sides of the aisle have stated that the Inflation Reduction Act isn't actually going to do anything for inflation. In fact, 0.25%, it would improve inflation in about 7 years. It is a ridiculous argument to say that really Build Back Better Light is an Inflation Reduction Act. It's not. I heard earlier today from my comments across the aisle talking about Roe v. Wade. Democrats, in fact, including President Biden, had the opportunity, and they talked about overturning Roe v. Wade in the early 80s out of Joe Biden's own mouth. And looking at the comments by former Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, also talking about the flaws of Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade is extreme. That is not where the rest of the country is. And in fact, under Obama's administration, the Democrats had an opportunity to codify Roe v. Wade and decided not to. So this hysteria over Roe v. Wade is completely manufactured. And you look at the rest of America, we're not putting our country first. And look at what's happened with our border. Over 4 million people have come across the border since in the last year and a half, since President Biden was sworn into office. And in fact, just last night, 2 kilograms of fentanyl was found in a police bust in the state of South Carolina. That amount of fentanyl could kill thousands of people. I heard comments from the left today about respecting those who serve, and that is important, but it's not respectful to the people of this country when we refuse to work together, even when we're investigating corruption, even when we're investigating something as just minute as, according to media reports, over 150 financial transactions that were flagged that were related to Hunter Biden and his associates. And for suspicious activity. And the last time I checked, suspicious activity means high-dollar transactions that are highly unusual, that it could indicate some possible criminal activity like money laundering or tax evasion. This level of suspicious activity, when you read through the 80,000 texts and email messages in that laptop, understanding that now, as Ranking Member Comer rightly pointed out, 2 people have confirmed the big guy was Joe Biden. We saw my colleague from Arizona showed the photo and the email leading up to some of what's happening in the White House when Biden was vice president and his son's business activity. These are things that we should be laser focused on. The American people want to see us work together and to investigate some of these issues. I mean, just the shady business deals alone, are all things that we should be investigating. But we know what happened. We know that mainstream media and big tech silenced the average American's availability to that information in the days leading up to an election. They labeled these stories as disinformation. They labeled these stories as crackpot conservative conspiracy theories. They labeled these stories as Russian propaganda. And now we're only now learning that now some mainstream media is starting to write lengthy dossiers and reports on how it was all true. And now Democrats and the left are scratching their heads as to why the American people are demanding more information, because the American people have been lied to. They've been misled intentionally by big tech and by the mainstream media. So my Republican colleagues and we promise we'll get to the bottom of these answers regardless of our colleagues, whether they decide to help us or not on the other side of the aisle. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Has expired. I now recognize Representative Clyde. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, let me comment on my Democratic colleague from Georgia's statement on his assertion that the Democrats had wins for the American people. Well, let me go through a few of those wins. 40-year high inflation, wide open borders, rampant crime, and soaring energy costs. These are the Democrat wins. These are the big Democrat wins, but they're not for the American people. They're for the Democrats. But I rise to speak in support of H.Res. 1243. This resolution provides Congress with necessary information to review and address apparent conflicts of interest regarding President Joe Biden and members of his family. Without the ability to review documents held by the United States Treasury, such as suspicious activity reports, information which was previously routinely provided to Congress until the Biden administration, without the ability to review these documents, we cannot carry out proper congressional oversight. Hunter Biden's Chinese business deals are just one concern. In 2012, as Joe Biden and Barack Obama ran for re-election, Hunter and his longtime business partner, Devin Archer, now sentenced for fraudulent activities, reportedly entered talks with a Jonathan Lee, a Chinese national who ran Bohai Capital. The group founded private equity fund Bohai Harvest RST-BHR, and BHR is Biden, Hunter, Robert, on December the 16th, 2013, 11 days after Vice President Biden flew to Beijing to meet with President Xi Jinping. Hunter told The New Yorker he had explicitly requested to join Vice President Biden, his father, on the trip and arranged for Lee to meet his father. The New York Times reported that Hunter, Archer, and Christopher Heinz served on the board and controlled 30% of BHR. The rest of the company is owned or controlled by Chinese investors that include the Bank of China, according to records filed with Chinese regulators. In 2016, BHR, through funds that came entirely from Chinese state-backed companies, contributed over $1 billion to the buyout of Arizona-based Freeport-McMoRan for the purchase of a cobalt copper mine in the Democratic Republic of Congo, when my good friend Mr. Donalds talked about cobalt. Hunter Biden stood to gain millions on the deal. The firm also purchased a stake in China's contemporary Amperex technology company, the world's biggest maker of batteries for electric vehicles. Committee Republicans have already written to the Transportation Secretary about our concerns that due to the Biden administration's policies, American jobs are suffering. For example, Ford Motor Company recently announced that it will cut 8,000 more American jobs. As Republicans highlighted in our January letter to the National Archivist, the American people deserve answers on the extent of Hunter Biden's business dealings, both domestic and abroad, and whether, or really how much, then Vice President Joe Biden was aware of the extent to which his son was trading on President Biden's name or Vice President Biden's name. Thank you, and I yield back.
We now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Grossman.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in support of HRES 1243, which I think is very timely. Earlier today, we attended another confidential briefing on the Ukraine, or many of us did, and I assume that we were given access to these important people because we're soon going to be taking another vote, maybe a part of this year or whatever, with regard to Ukraine and what we should do. However, hanging around in the background of that vote, or that whole issue, or the requests of the Biden administration, is the gentleman who lives in a $20,000 a month mansion in Malibu, California. He also has a brother who's gotten quite wealthy in deals from China. The reason it's in the background is when we are asked to do things with regard to Ukraine or with regard to China and or with regard to Russia, and we remember that Joe Biden met with a couple Russian oligarchs and then met with his father right after that on the Naval Observatory. And lately, we've had a couple Russian billionaires who have not had sanctions like other people have. So you begin to wonder the degree to which American foreign policy right now is being determined a little bit about Hunter Biden. And I think there have to be people, both in Ukraine, both in Russia, both in China, who maybe know very bad things about Hunter Biden. And if these things came out, it may be very politically damaging for his father, President Biden, which is why this is so important. It's not an unrelated thing out there. It sure appears like people in other countries know things that could be disastrous for our president. And for that reason, I'm so glad that we have this resolution before us today, because I hope in a bipartisan, still not too late to do a bipartisan action here, we delve into as soon as possible any activities that Hunter Biden had and any that he had abroad, and whether it's possible that is affecting this administration's policy towards China, towards Ukraine, and towards Russia. So in any event, I strongly support the committee giving this resolution a positive response, and I especially beg my good Democrat friends to support this resolution as well. So and maybe we're going to find nothing. I don't see how, but if we find nothing, it's good to put this whole issue to rest. And but in any event, thank you.
It's back. Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, it is increasingly clear that the Biden administration is trying to avoid answering questions related to the Biden family's international business dealings. When reports about the existence of Hunter Biden's laptop first surfaced in late 2020, the reach and spread of this news was curtailed, even though it was later found to be legitimate. And many people thought at the time that it was legitimate, which is why so much effort went into curtailing it. Since then, reports have uncovered concerted government efforts to limit the reach of information about this story. This should be shocking and unsettling to all Americans. This committee is the main investigative committee in the United States House of Representatives. As such, we should be the first to delve into sensitive matters, such as the extent of the president's involvement in his son's international, quote, business, end quote, ventures. Rather than investigate these troubling reports, this committee has conducted oversight of pet collars, energy companies, climate pledges, and examining universal health coverage. This is to say nothing of the countless hours spent investigating a certain professional football team. These so-called oversight efforts are nothing but a distraction from the issues facing Americans. In fact, I think that the administration and the president in particular, as well as our friends on the other side of the aisle, are totally out of touch with what's happening in America right now, with inflation raging and Americans facing such challenges. But we should be doing our job and focusing on that and not looking for distractions. House Resolution 1243 would allow this committee to return to its true oversight role by requesting that the President submit to Congress documents related to the Biden family's international business schemes and alleged influence peddling. With so many questions outstanding, bringing these documents to light will allow the American people to see the truth for themselves. Congress must do its job and exercise its explicit oversight authorities to demand answers and hold this administration accountable. Therefore, I urge the members of this committee to support HRES 1243, and I yield the balance of my time to the chair, to the ranking member.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I thought
I am hearing from the ranking member who I should be recognizing.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are recognizing you.
Chairwoman, thank you very much. Chairwoman, we've had an opportunity today, and we thank you for bringing up hearings that we can express our opinions. We've heard them on gun violence. We've heard them on electric vehicles. We've heard them about a lot of these things. But let me see if I can click down these just one at a time. We've already heard about now for 4 years or more about Donald Trump. This House went through extensive hearings to try and impeach the president, impugn the president, badger the president. We simply think that's fine if you choose to do that, but a Hunter Biden story we hear nothing about from official law enforcement. And I think I've seen these kinds of things before. I don't try and do this often, but my father, when he was FBI director, got the boot because he chose not politically to get engaged in political things. President Clinton saw it differently. We get that. Avoiding the appearances of politicalization by the FBI is critical, not just to the FBI. It's important to the American people to have confidence. I have confidence in law enforcement. I want to have confidence, however, that they can take on an investigation that deals with China and is inside the White House appropriately and properly. Silence. Secondly, we've heard about how great electric vehicles are. We already know that California is 25 years ahead of everybody else. California literally is shutting down the use of electric vehicles and people who live in California because they have gone green. And we are seeing how this is a disaster and would be a disaster for the rest of the country, because you see electric vehicles get their energy off the grid, which competes against homes and business and economic growth. It's not as though everything is green. We need all of the above, and that's what these hearings have been able to develop. Gun violence. We've probably had 4 or 5 separate hearings on gun violence. What you really want is gun registration and gun control. Meanwhile, the people who are held hostage, we see it every day in your hometown of New York City. We saw it on a regular basis in Chicago. Criminals run wild because people live in a city, in a state with gun control where they can't even protect themselves. They become victims by criminals who take advantage of opportunities that they see because a person can't protect themselves. They know they have to show up in public without the ability to protect themselves. Madam Chairman, what we're trying to say here is that we believe, as we defend the positions that we hold, there are equal sides. There's no one controls the balance of what's right or wrong. But we're trying to aim for a balance, and that is based upon rule of law, Constitution, and the ability for people to see that a balance, whether it's on Hunter Biden and Donald Trump, a balance on electric vehicles, a balance on what you call gun violence. But what happens is that every single time the majority party, the Democratic Party, who holds all three, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, hold all three of these key decision-making points, attacks us as Republicans for bringing back what we believe is balance. So I think today is about also our ability, and we respect you and appreciate you for allowing us to talk about a balance that would be involved in policy that would be good for people to protect themselves, to have their opportunity to buy the vehicle of their own choice, and to be able to not be in a brown-out zone because of some wacko left-wing policy. And secondly, that Hunter Biden deserves his right to have a day in court, but that needs to take place.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I thank the gentlewoman.
The gentleman's time is expired. Biggs, you are now recognized.
I thank the Chair. I support House Resolution 1243, which requests President Biden produce information to the House regarding his family's international business arrangements. Now, behind me is an email from 2016 during the Obama-Biden administration between Hunter Biden and Miguel Alemán, the son of a Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. The email begins, quote, "We are arriving late tonight on Air Force 2 to Mexico City. We will be there for Thursday. I'm attending a meeting with President Nieto with Dad." The highlighted sections here are significant. Quote, "We have been talking about business deals and partnerships for 7 years. I've brought every single person you've ever asked me to bring to the effing White House and the Vice President's house and the inauguration. I've delivered on every single thing you've ever asked." In this email, Hunter Biden acknowledges his attendance at a meeting between Mexican President Nieto and then Vice President Biden. He discusses business deals and partnerships with a wealthy and politically connected Mexican family, and references access provided to Mexican businessmen at the White House and the Vice President's residence, and states he had already delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. And we also have a picture of Vice President Biden, Hunter Biden, Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world, in 2015 while Joe Biden was president. And this is what we're asked to believe, that then Vice President and current President Joe Biden has no idea what's going on in Hunter's businesses, and whether Hunter might be compromised by America's adversaries across the world. Just a few months ago, I showed these images to Matthew Olson, who's the current Assistant AG for the Department of Justice's National Security Division. His division is responsible for administering FARA, which requires individuals representing foreign principals to register with DOJ, and I asked him about this. He refused to answer whether these images raised any concerns that Hunter Biden may have violated FARA. He also refused to comment on concerns raised by FBI whistleblowers who reported that the FBI had committed a widespread effort within the FBI to downplay or discredit negative information about Hunter Biden. Well, for years, members of Congress have also sought access to suspicious activity reports filed by banks to Department of Treasury. And when it was revealed the Biden family had generated at least 150 of these reports, the policy of allowing congressional access to them was suddenly changed by this administration. Problems gotten so bad that House Financial Services Committee Chairwoman Maxine Waters authored legislation to reverse the Biden administration's policy change, and that passed the House earlier this year. President Biden told the American people that he never discussed his family's business abroad with them. Now, that was a lie. President Biden not only discussed his family's international business, he participated in it. His emails show it was a lie. We were told in 2020 that when Hunter Biden's laptop, which contains, as now been revealed, a massive treasure trove of evidence of Hunter Biden's international business deals, and also recently reported, as recently within the last 10 days, that a second laptop has been found. We were told that that was Russian disinformation by the same people who are sitting across the dais from us today, telling us that we should not even probe this. We should not even look for this. We should not even ask for this. The reality is this was not Russian disinformation. Even the Washington Post and even the New York Times, nearly a year after that laptop being discovered, have admitted it and acknowledged the veracity of the information on those laptops. That gives us further impetus to go forward here, because as the ranking member has repeatedly said, we need to know what's going on, because a SARS report is something very serious, and it indicates potential compromising of the highest office in the land. The reversal of longstanding Treasury Department policy raises serious questions about the motives behind the change, and specifically whether that's being designed to protect Hunter Biden. We should get those and go forward, which is why I'm going to vote yes. And now, Madam Chair, I can either read every one of these, but I would like to submit for the record more than 100 articles, everything from the Washington Times to the UK Mail to the New York Times and the Washington Post, about the Hunter Biden story and everything related here. I'm happy to read the title off each and every one.
So ordered, without objection.
And you don't want me to read them? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Recognize Mr. Donalds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually want to thank the member for actually explaining the playbook from the Democrats that seems to be on display every single day, whether here in these chambers or on any major news network or in any major newspaper in the United States. The purpose of the HRES is quite simple: to get information from the president with respect to the business dealings of his son. Now, the president has told us time and time again, frankly, it's a lie, but the president has told us time and time again that he has no idea what his son is actually doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that is the dumbest thing we've all heard. I have 3 sons. I've been away from my sons for 10 days, but trust me, I know exactly what they're doing. It doesn't take me long to pick up a phone and ask or to find out. The president knows what his son is engaged in. What his son is primarily being engaged in is a mineral called cobalt. Let's educate the committee on cobalt. Cobalt is a mineral, a metal that is essential in the manufacturing of electric vehicles. Cobalt is one of the most important components of electric car batteries, solar panels, and other renewable energy sources. A Tesla long-range vehicle requires 10 pounds of cobalt, more than 400 times the amount of cobalt needed in a cell phone. 2/3 of the world's cobalt production comes from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Hunter Biden has been heavily involved in the 2016 sale of a cobalt mine in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to a company that is a Chinese company. He was very involved. The New York Times has reported on his level of involvement. So do you mean to tell me that Joe Biden, who was a former vice president of the United States, then candidate for the presidency of the United States, now president of the United States, had no idea that his son was engaged in the sale of a cobalt mine to a Chinese company at the same time when the centerpiece of Joe Biden's energy policy is electric cars in the United States and more green technology? I mean, come on, folks. That is just crazy. You can sit here and try to lecture us about the leaks at Mar-a-Lago, which, by the way, let me also state for the record for the American people, there have been no hearings, there have been no classified briefings about documents at Mar-a-Lago. So the members of Congress who are saying what they know, what they're talking about are leaks into the news media, which, by the way, are illegal. Leaks that are coming either A, from the Department of Justice, or B, from the FBI, we don't know because the press protects their sources. But if you're citing that, that is illegal information obtained by the press with active investigations. But let's go back to Hunter Biden. The chairman is, the ranking member is correct. There are changes by Joe Biden to the ability for Congress to get suspicious activity reports. I am a recovering banker. When we issue suspicious activity reports, it's not just thrown out like a mere bag of shells. It's done for specific reasons because there are concerns about criminalities surrounding the financial transaction. If Hunter Biden and other members of the Biden family have more than 100 suspicious activity reports. Congress does need to know about this because a funny thing's happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Joe Biden is president of the United States. His son, who's not a kid, by the way, the man's 50 years old. He ain't a kid, okay? His son is running around the world cutting deals. His son is involved in suspicious activity reports where financial institutions are making that readily, or have actually drafted those documents. And Congress doesn't want to know? We don't want to have oversight now? I find it interesting. I think it's very clear that the members of the majority party do have a playbook when it comes to smearing their political opponents. They talked about several people, like Lois Lerner. Yeah, she was discriminating against Tea Party groups. That was a fact. Like Benghazi, yes, there was a dilatory effects at the Department of State that led to the death of four people that serviced our country and served our country. That did occur. And the one thing we already know is occurring, not through conjecture, because the documents of the transactions are quite clear. Hunter Biden was readily involved in the transactions dealing with Chinese companies for a mineral that is critical to the Democrat agenda with respect to the Green New Deal. If Congress should not investigate what's going on between Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, then I don't even know what we're doing here, folks. We might as well just wait till the midterms are over. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Krishnamurthy, you are now recognized. Cloud, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The White House has claimed that Hunter Biden's dealings are completely above board. Joe Biden has vociferously defended Hunter Biden, claiming that he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he knows this because he's had absolutely no conversations or interaction with him in regards to his business dealings. Since those claims, text messages, emails, photos would suggest that that is actually not true. And it's interesting, since this story's been released, we've seen Dems go from Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinformation to now the sun is off limits, which is really comical compared to the last term when Trump was president. But it goes beyond that. It's not about Hunter Biden, the individual. We have the cover-up of the DOJ and the FBI coordinating with big tech in the run-up to an election, and many of the influence peddling operations that go on. We know that Hunter Biden used his family name to peddle influence in the Ukraine in spite of the fact that he had no experience in energy, and we can talk about the world's energy crisis that we're in at the moment. We can talk about the art and corrupt dealings and a money laundering cover-up that goes with that, that suddenly once Joe Biden gets in the White House, suddenly Hunter Biden's an artist that's well looked after. I mean, it's just crazy what's going on. But beyond those corrupt dealings, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, better known as FARA, is a law administered by the Department of Justice that requires foreign agents to register. In 2016, Hunter Biden emailed Miguel Alemán, son of Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. This email was written and sent to Joe Biden as vice president. In it, Hunter Biden talks about the business deals with Alemán and the people you, quote, asked me to bring later on to the White House and Vice President's house. This email indicates that Hunter Biden may have violated FARA when he failed to register and disclose the fact that he was representing high-profile foreign businessmen. President Biden has repeatedly claimed that he never met with his son, Hunter Biden's business contacts. This is certainly not true. There's a photograph from 2015 when then Vice President Joe Biden and Hunter Biden posed with Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world. We cannot continue to pretend like this is not happening and that there's no potential corruption here. The evidence shows that the Biden's willingness to peddle influence and connections to Joe Biden himself extend worldwide. The Biden family have harmed America's position in the world, made it difficult to deal with these relationships across the world with above-board clarity and integrity, and I'd urge my colleagues to support this important resolution so we can begin to conduct legitimate oversight, and I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
Higgins, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What an eloquent speech from my colleague across the aisle. America is watching the events unfold in Washington, D.C., and they are in awe that my Democrat friends can have things so wrong. America is done with elitist, career, arrogant politicians. And one of the pinnacle examples of that is Joe Biden. For God's sakes, the man was elected in 1972. He's been in office for 50 years. He's the definition of a career politician. He's the big guy in the capers. This thing reads like a Dick Tracy dime novel, man. Who would not want to read about the exploits of the grand criminal political family, the Bidens? Who would be surprised that from the loins of the big guy, Joe Biden, a fresh Democrat criminal would spring? Hunter Biden. We're absolutely going to look into this stuff. We're going to reveal it for the American people. My Democrat colleagues are not going to like the results, but there's nothing you can do about it, because this House will once again belong to we the people, and we the people demand accountability out of this body. Madam Chairman, I thank you very much, and I yield the balance.
I want to thank Representative Cloud for yielding his time. I'm going to pose another question to my colleagues across the aisle. Does anyone in the majority party dispute our allegations that Hunter Biden was influence peddling with our adversaries? And I'm sure they'll want to have time to speak to dispute that. The comments that you all have already made are going to age about as well as your comments about Louis DeJoy trying to sabotage the absentee ballots, or as well as your demanding that the oil CEOs cut production in this hearing at a time when gas rates were doubling and tripling. So we asked for a lot of preservation of documents. We're going to preserve the comments that everyone on your side has said about there's nothing to see here, when you don't dispute the simple fact that Hunter Biden and the president's brother, now let's not leave him out of the equation, they have been influence peddling for decades. Now, again, you want to call it a Hunter Biden investigation. Again, I want to remind the American people, we are investigating Hunter Biden because we fear that he has compromised Joe Biden, which is compromising our national security. I will conclude by saying this. There are two people who were in business with Hunter Biden who are already publicly on the record as saying that Joe Biden was the big guy, that Joe Biden was getting 10% ownership in a Chinese company. That was Bob Alinsky. He said that in a primetime TV interview. We've all seen that. And Gilliard on a phone call, on a recorded phone message. Both gentlemen were close Hunter Biden associates. Both gentlemen said Joe Biden was the big guy getting 10%. Folks, that's a national security risk right there.
Gentleman time. Representative Fallon, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's interesting when I was here earlier to hear some of our colleagues talk about, I got to ask questions like, what do bridges and abortion have to do with whether or not Hunter Biden is corrupt? And the Biden family and the Trump family, you know, we're trying to determine if the president's son is a national security risk, if the president himself is corrupt. And all we hear from the other side of the aisle is Trump, 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 Trump. We're not talking about Donald Trump. We're not talking about his family. We need right now, the current president of the United States is Joe Biden. Is he corrupt or is he not? And what we do need to avoid is this obfuscation and this dodging and this counter accusations. And this is not a distraction, this is a necessity, because what we're after here is the truth. We need to discover the truth so then justice can be served. So what do we know? Fact. The President of the United States' son has made millions of dollars on international business dealings. I haven't heard anybody dispute that. And in fields like, you know, natural gas, other energy, cobalt, prior to his father's ascension to the vice presidency, he had no experience in these fields. And he had really no international business credentials to speak of. So the big difference, if you want to bring in the Trump family, is the Trump family made all their money before they ever ran for public office before. Joe Biden has been in office since 1973, and suddenly they're wealthy after he serves. I think that's an interesting point that we can't ignore. So this has, if he had really no success in business and his dad becomes vice president, it has all the ingredients of corruption and paying to play and influence peddling. But we don't know for sure, but all indications are that that's the case. In 2019, for the record, Joe Biden said he had never spoken to his son about his overseas business dealings. Now, what he didn't say is, well, there's nothing untoward that went on, or I just had a little chit-chat or what have you with his associates. No, he said he had never discussed this with his son. I have 2 sons. I find that to be very difficult to believe. So what Joe Biden is claiming is he's here, there's a firewall between him and his son Hunter, a firewall. But what we do know is that 2 of Hunter's Mexican business associates, Miguel Velasco and Miguel Magnani, visited the White House on February 26, 2014, according to the Obama White House visitors logs. And then Joe Biden was later photographed with Hunter, giving Velasco and Magnani a tour of the White House Brady press briefing room. We also have emails which were reviewed by the media. A year later showed that Hunter arranged a video conference call with his father and Carlos Slim, the Mexican billionaire. Also, not to be undone here, Joe Biden was also attended a dinner with Hunter Biden's business associates from the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Russia at Cafe Milano here in Washington, D.C. in April of 2015. So what we have here, we've known that he has met with 14 of Hunter's business associates. And then throw on top of that a suspicious activities reports from the Biden family generated by objective folks that need to report these things. 150 suspicious activity reports, not a handful, not a dozen, not single digits, 150. And to sit there and say that this is not something that's worthy of a resolution of inquiry is absurd on its face. I fully support HRES 1243 because this is about getting to truth and administering justice.
Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Heiss is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say the reason that the ranking member has sent 34 letters is because all 34 have been ignored. There's not been a single answer, and you would think at some point there would at least be the integrity to answer some of those letters. And quite frankly, if there is nothing to fear with Hunter Biden, then there is no reason Democrats should refuse an investigation. If there's no problem, then that's fine. There's no problem. But we believe there is a problem. We believe it's the responsibility of this committee to do its job and to investigate. I support totally House Resolution 1243. Whether Democrats care to admit it or not, there are serious concerns about the business dealings of the Biden family. There are serious concerns. These get to whether our commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, has sought to enrich himself and his family at the expense of our national security. Again, if there's nothing there, then that's fine. But let's investigate it. We have serious concerns that indeed there is something there. The Biden administration has sought to pretend that these issues do not exist. They will not answer questions from the press about the Biden family's business affairs with foreign countries. They ignore to request Oversight Committee Republicans for documents and information. They claim that their policies do not allow for the production of such documents. All of this is nothing but hiding, trying to avoid what is potentially extremely damaging, not only to the Biden administration, but to our nation. This administration is content to hide behind the safety blanket provided by the mainstream media, that any evidence of these matters is misinformation. President Biden has insisted that he was not even aware of Hunter's business dealings. Business dealings, by the way, that involve companies tied to the Communist Party of China, America's chief rival on the national stage. But there is indeed, in fact, mounting evidence that President Biden was not only aware of what was going on, but was involved in what was going on. Why would President Biden lie about this? In the absence of truth, we're left with no other option but to draw our own conclusions. If this were President Trump, which the Democratic Party continues to be obsessed with, they would be having a feeding frenzy over this. But with President Biden, absolute crickets. It is not misinformation that there are serious concerns and mounting evidence of wrongdoing, and this needs to be investigated. What possible reason is there not to investigate this matter? What possible reason is there not to want to get to the truth? Let's learn the facts. Madam Chair, I urge you, let's learn the facts. Let's investigate this, which is, by the way, supposed to be the responsibility of this committee. Let the Biden family explain their actions. If there is nothing to hide, then there's no problem. But we need to know the truth. We need the truth. And the documents we are requesting through this resolution will help us find the truth. There is no reason to oppose this resolution. And with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Well, here we go again. I have been listening to what's been going on here, and I want to thank Ranking Member Comer for his leadership in trying to get our Democrat colleagues to do their job. We've asked numerous times, and nothing's happened. And all that Ranking Member Comer wants to do is make sure that this committee is conducting the well-needed oversight of the Biden administration's policy failures, and some of them may be tied to this. While the resolution is a definite step in the right direction, I call once again on my Democrat colleagues to hold hearings to investigate this administration's utter mismanagement of the southern border crisis. They come right into office and they change the rules in Treasury for these suspicious activity reports. If they could have closed our border that quickly, we wouldn't have Americans dying from fentanyl at higher rates than any other overdose. We wouldn't have people coming into our country on the terror watch list. All we're saying is we want to see the documents and perform the oversight. It seems like this administration can tighten things up and close them down and make them secure when they don't want to tell us the truth. Well, quite frankly, they need to start doing it. I've heard so many people on the other side of the aisle here make arguments. I mean, I'm going to say this. We should trust President Biden. Let's see, he told us that inflation was going to be transitory. Well, it looks like it's here to stay. And now he's spiking the football because he's saying, well, it's 8.3%, but it's holding steady and not going up. We're supposed to tell him thank you for that. He wants to try and take credit for lower gas prices after he demonized American energy producers who produce it better than anybody else on the face of this earth, right? But then he goes to people who do not like us and asks them to produce oil for us because he doesn't believe in the American people. We're supposed to trust a president who demonized at Independence Hall half of America. I have never heard a president do that. And yet we're supposed to, you're worried, the chairwoman is worried about us smearing the president. Quite frankly, he doesn't need our help. Okay? He's doing a pretty darn good job of himself. A year ago, he and the speaker say, oh, you can't cancel student debt, and then he turns around and does it. So how are we supposed to believe this guy when he says, oh, I didn't know what my son was doing? I think he has a problem with the truth. And I've heard my colleagues talk about the former administration and President Trump. All they did for years was demonize that man and his family. A man who made money before he came to government. And there's a person that didn't have to come and do it. I tell you what, I can go back to Joe Biden when he stole Neil Kinnock's speech in 1988. He's got a pattern of bad performance, quite frankly. And past performance is an indication of future behavior. And you know what? We need to see what it is. It's our job to see what it is. And we should stop making excuses and do our job. My grandmother taught me a long time ago, when I was 12 years old, and she was about 75, and she was raising me and my brother. And she sat us down at the table and she said, boys, people who make excuses are weak. It's time for the House Democrats and the Democrats on this committee to stop making excuses and stop being weak and do our job. And that is to pass this resolution because it's about the American people. It's not about any one of us up here. And I'm not saying any of this for election reasons or anything else, because I'm not running for re-election, okay? I'm saying it because I'm a kid that grew up in America, realized the American dream, and I know what people are concerned about. They expect their government to work, and they want to know whether or not our president has our best interests at heart. When you look at gas prices and you look at everything that he's doing, you can't do this stuff on accident, okay? I'm just going to go there and say that. We need to know the truth. We should know the truth. The president shut everything down that quick, and I want to know what he's afraid of. Show us the documents. And if he's not going to, this committee, this Congress, should force him to do that. And that's what we should do. And I'm not going to thank the committee chair for this. I'm going to simply say, do your job.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Representative Norman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I find it real interesting that, we're having this debate on trying to get information on Hunter Biden, who y'all refer to as a kid. I think he's 50 years old. I think he's never had a real job. I think he was making $50,000 a month off a company that he knew nothing about of what it made other than him picking up his check, and that's the minimum. It's been mentioned that Joe Biden, nobody has got an interest in it. The country has an interest in it. I've sat on the boards, as Mr. Comer has and others have. When you get a special SRA activity report, suspicious activity report, that's pretty serious. That's not like you're going to cash a $50 check and buy popcorn. It's got to do with the national security. And for this Congress not to be able to get information unless it's okayed by the Democrats is ludicrous, and the American people see through it. Now, I keep getting you keep mentioning you're working for the American people and the Inflation Reduction Act. How's that working out, folks? How's that working out on your health insurance premiums, which are skyrocketing? How's it working out on gas prices? I think I remember this president blaming it on Putin when the prices were going up. Now that it's coming down, does Putin not get the credit for it? What about the empty shelves in the grocery stores that they're finding? What about the border crisis? I can't open a newspaper up when, as a result of an open border with everybody coming in from over 150 countries, the fentanyl that's coming across the borders is killing 300 of our young people every day. Where's the laser focus on that? Where's the laser focus on crime other than this administration encouraging it? The vice president was the one who put the bail up for those who tear the cities apart. I will give the Democrats credit. They try to name things that is actually opposite. The Inflation Reduction Act is opposite. And I wish it was, during the Eisenhower years, it was administered like that. Instead of $1.5 trillion for planting trees, instead of $250 billion for your tax dollars paying for loans. How is that infrastructure? And folks, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. But I think now that, we're 50-some days off for an election, that I think you're going to see people coming into this office is going to actually try to do something into this body. And it's criminal what this administration is doing to the American people. That's not deserved, it's not warranted. And I think the fact that the Democrats are trying to get all the focus away from the things that this country is experiencing, they know it now. Words are not going to do away with the crisis that so many of Americans, particularly those with fixed incomes, are having to go through. This House Res, everybody on this committee ought to be supporting it. If he's innocent, let's get the facts that we're entitled to anyway, just on the SARS reports, just on that. And then let's see how it works out for him, and let's get him exonerated. I like nothing more. But let's see who the big guy was. Is that some figment of our imagination that they were talking about? No, the Democrats are scared where this path may lead, and they're scared that where it may go for a family that has been in politics all their lives. They haven't been in the private sector. They've never made money on their own other than on the backs of the American taxpayer, which they're hearing loud and clear. So, Madam Chair, I would yield the balance of my time.
Now they're leaking that they may actually be charging Hunter Biden with very minor charges relative to the crimes that he apparently committed. And look, we don't want bad stuff to happen, but they're leaking that couple of minor charges relatively compared to the kind of charges that they could be. And that's up to them. But are they actually going to do the right thing and hold the Bidens accountable, or is this just a charade and an excuse to continue targeting me and our movement of Make America Great Again and America First? I don't know. I think they're doing this for a little reason. I think they want to target us, and they make it look a little bit more fair when they throw out a couple of charges about Hunter. Now, you know what's happening. It's a disgrace what's happening in this country. And it is prosecutorial misconduct, and the people in this country aren't going to take it. Remember this. They've come after me now for 6 years. A friend of mine who's a very successful guy said, you have to be the most honest guy in the world. My son, who runs the company, Eric Trump, he's probably in the history of the world, he's probably the most subpoenaed person from Congress every week, every day, every month, we got to a point where we just stack them up. But there's never been anything like it. It's a disgrace. You know, instead of focusing on our country and focusing on all the problems ahead and focusing on all the potential that we have as a country, all they do is keep investigating and investigating the Russia hoax. And it seems to be always turning around, doesn't it, where they created the Russia hoax, and they were the ones that dealt with Russia in order to create the fake document, the fake dossier, and all of the things that they've done, the crimes that they've committed. It's a disgrace. But it's crystal clear that they're coming after me because I fight for you and I fight for America, and they're not used to that because they don't want people fighting for America. And because we are leading big in all the polls and winning all across the country, both against Republicans, which, I'm proud to do, and Democrats, which I'm even more proud to do, but we're winning against everybody. Never before in American history has our country seen such corruption and abuse of power as we are witnessing right now. Right now, the radical left is no longer about socialism. It's not anymore. It's about communism. They've stepped over socialism. They've forgotten about the word socialism, and that's where our country is headed. And I predicted this a long time ago. I saw what was happening. I predicted a lot of things. You ever see the hat? Trump was right about everything. Look what happened with Russia. Should have never happened, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. If the Democrats win, the communists win, and soon they will send their thugs, their criminals, their angry left-wing prosecutors, and the 87,000 new IRS agents that are allowed to carry guns, by the way. You know, they're all anti-gun, right? But the prosecutors, these agents are allowed to carry. Think of that. They want to stop you from having a gun, but those 87,000 people are allowed to carry guns. They want to walk in and come after you. If Republicans win, the communists lose, the globalists lose, the deep state bureaucrats lose, the Silicon Valley censors lose, the corrupt fake news lose, the media bosses lose, and the rhinos lose. The rhinos are no good. But America wins, and America wins very big. Things by doing all of these sinister and venomous things, they're making us weaker, but actually they're making us stronger and much more unified than we've ever been before. We now have a two-tiered system of justice, and it's got to stop because the people of our country are angry. The people of our country are very unhappy with what's going on. In fact, the people of our country are very sad. They don't like to see this. What they want to do is make America great again and to put America first. That's what they want to do. It's very simple. And they want this radical left charade that goes on endlessly for years to stop. Many powerful, influential people tell me you must sue the government and the prosecutors for prosecutorial misconduct and, frankly, for violating your own civil rights and liberties. And it's, a lot of truth to that. Who the hell lives like this? They've been doing this to me for years. Ever since I came down the golden escalator in Trump Tower, no other president has ever been treated like this. And I'm not complaining because, you know what? I'm doing a great job for the people of our country, and that's what it's all about. Got to bring our country back. But now they're leaking that they may actually be charging Hunter Biden. Remember? Remember where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? $500,000 a painting. Great artists come into the White House because they're supposed to be painting my picture for the White House. These are great, talented people. There's a list of like 30 that are acceptable, and you ask them, how much for a picture? I like to negotiate, right? I don't even know who pays. I think the government pays. I'll pay. But how much? And it's very little money, actually. And then you hear Hunter Biden gets $500,000 to take a can of paint and throw it against a piece of canvas, but not do it himself. His other people do it, I imagine. But they may actually be charging Hunter Biden with very minor charges relative to crimes committed, and that's really up to them. But are they actually doing this charade to continue targeting me and our movement? It sounds to me like they're doing it so they can say, well, we're treating everyone fairly. No, they're not. They're not treating us fairly. And they have to be very careful because it can come around, It can come around and snip them. They have to be very, very careful what they're doing. They're playing a game that's never been played to this extent in our country. They're coming after me because I fight for you.
God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. Amen. I gotta say, Glenn Youngkin is a rock star. And Yesli Vega is a rock star. And Virginia is the home of patriots. We are gathered here at extraordinary times. We have a president of the United States. We have a president of the United States who shakes hands with the empty air. That's not normal. We have a president who wanders off stage until the Easter Bunny leads him back. We've got a vice president We have a vice president who goes to the Korean Peninsula and gives a speech about our great friends and allies, North Korea. And really, what did the North Korean people do to deserve Kamala Harris? I am here tonight to give you guys a word of hope and a word of encouragement and exhortation. I've got two simple messages this evening. Message number one, America is in crisis. Listen, we know this. We look to Washington and what is happening. Biden and Harris and Pelosi and Schumer, every single decision they make is wrong. That's actually hard to do. Glad if you sat down and tried to get them all wrong. I mean, if they rolled the dice, if they threw a dart, something by accident would be right. Everything they touch turns to garbage. Inflation out of control. Cost of everything. You go to the grocery store, the cost of food skyrocketing. The cost of electricity, the cost of health care, the cost of rent, the cost of lumber, the cost of mortgages, the cost of gasoline. Look, it's so bad, Antifa can't afford bricks. It is so bad, Eric Swalwell can't afford Chinese dinners. In fact, it is so bad, Hunter Biden can't afford crack cocaine. And then you've got crime, out of control, skyrocketing murder rates, skyrocketing carjacking rates. After years of Democratic campaigns to demonize the police, to defund the police, to abolish the police, after left-wing district attorneys letting murderers and rapists go on the streets into our community, I got a secret for you. If you release a bunch of violent criminals, they commit more crimes. And let me tell you a simple truth. The people of Virginia support the men and women of law enforcement.
And then, wait, this was so funny. I was looking at something. Before I get into this speech, I was looking at something that was kind of shocking. I saw where Senator Warnock was talking about this student loan. I don't know if y'all saw that. He said he was looking so forward to getting there and going to the president. He was going to talk to the president and giving this student loan and stuff and all that. Did y'all hear him say all this stuff? And I'm going to talk about this later, but then I read something else, what people were doing with that student loan. Did y'all read about that? No. Yeah, they was like, they was doing vacation, buying video games, buying booze, drugs, and gambling. I was thinking I was at a Hunter Biden weekend. Yeah, that's what I thought they were doing with that money. But that's what's so funny. And then they're here talking about me. Hey, I love Herschel Walker. But I want to tell y'all this. I just want to tell y'all this. I'm that one warrior that they're afraid of right now. Because what they've done right now, they got Marxists in Washington. And Senator Warnock is one of them. And they're trying to protect him right now. They're trying to protect him right now, and he's trying to hide. But y'all saw him in that debate, didn't you? You saw him in that debate. He's been asking to debate me, and all of a sudden he got a chance. He got a chance to stand on the stage with me, and y'all saw what he became. Y'all know what he became? No. He became Scooby-Doo on the debate stage. I don't know if y'all noticed that. He became Scooby-Doo because as we were sitting there, they asked him, say, will you support Joe Biden for a 2024 run? And he said, oh. I'm like, hey, he became Scooby-Doo.
I recommend to my House members is, close down the January 6th Kangaroo Court Committee. Close that one down. And have a new committee on the riots of 2020 when they caused billions of dollars in damage and politicians were bailing people out of jails and encouraging this to happen. So let's have hearings on that. Let's have hearings on the close to now 50 pro-life pregnancy centers in America that have been firebombed. I'm against political violence in America. I had one of my volunteers attacked. By the way, I tweeted out by 4 animals, and the press says, oh no, it wasn't 4 animals, it was only 2. And then it comes out in the police report he was attacked by 2 thugs and their 2 German shepherds. So I was right the whole time, all right? I was right. They put German shepherds on the guy. They spent a week attacking the guy and not the victims, and not the victim of it, because that's what they do. They meaning the local media. So anyway, they did that. But I'm against political violence. So let's have hearings on why and how language like what Schumer said, when you stand before the Supreme Court and threaten the Supreme Court, and then some guy gets on an airplane, flies to Maryland, and is captured outside the home of Kavanaugh, ready to murder him and maybe a couple other justices. Okay, that's real. Let's have hearings on that, and let's ask the FBI, where are these arrests? And by the way, where's the investigation on the Biden laptop thing? And where, you know, I promise you guys, can you imagine if that laptop had belonged to Don Jr. or somebody, maybe even like a 3rd cousin of Donald Trump, maybe a 4th cousin? It would have been, I mean, we would have had a 5-part CNN special, you know, America under threat, corruption in America, you know. But it's the double standard. But when that double standard gets a hold of the government, and here's the other one, guys. We just learned, you know, because somebody did the investigation on it, Congress should have the power, has the power to do it, and now will if we have a majority, to subpoena these records. And you learn that you have these people at Department of Homeland Security coordinating with the tech companies, having these meetings once a month about who are we going to label a liar, who are we going to have disinformation. Guys, do you know that a year and a half ago, if I stood here and said to you or put out a video saying, I think the virus could have come from a lab in China that would have taken down my post. Today, the consensus is there's at least as good a chance that it came out of a lab accident as it did from some pangolin, whatever the hell a pangolin is. I've never seen a pangolin. I don't even, but whatever a pangolin is, I think the lab that happens to be the leading lab in the world doing this kind of research is just as likely. And now the experts will tell you that. That would have gotten you knocked off. The Biden thing, the Biden laptop thing, they shut it down. I've never seen the media circle the wagon and say, we won't even report on it. We'll shut it down because of it. All this has to be looked at. All of this has to be investigated. And this is not revenge. People think, oh, this is revenge, this is retribution. No, this is accountability. This is oversight. This is our job. That's what you're sending us there to do. So that's important. Because in the end, our responsibility is to leave our children what was left to us. I am under no illusions about where I live. And you know, I think I've lived here my whole life. I'm an American, born here. I know nothing but America. But I have been blessed with something other than being a U.S. citizen, which is an extraordinary blessing. I've been blessed to be raised by and around people that know what life is like in other places. And when you are raised by people, or when you are someone who knows what life is like in other places, you don't have time for silliness about how systemically evil America is or how terrible America is, because you know what terrible and evil looks like. And you understand is America, you know, like when they talk about our history, well, our history has blemishes. Yeah, nobody's history is perfect. I never said our history is perfect because our history was written by mortal men. Our history is not perfect. Our history is just better than anybody else's. By far, our history is better than anybody else's. You understand how blessed we are to live in a country where being an American, in a lot of other places in the world, being whatever the name of that country is, that it's a race. It's a skin color. It's an ethnicity. It's a common lineage. In America, American is not a skin color. American's not a race. American is not an ethnicity. American is people from everywhere, from all over the world, who live and share this blessed land and have done an extraordinary thing for 240 years. An extraordinary thing that's inspired and changed the world. And continue to do so. You ever watch the Olympics? You watch the Olympics and these athletes go on the podium and you realize right away, you know, and I'm not saying this as my observation is there is an athlete from America representing virtually every other country we're competing against because their grandparents came here, their great-grandparents, their parents, whoever. That's an extraordinary thing. Now, there has to be rules for how you do it. There has to be a process. But that's an extraordinary achievement. But what's really extraordinary is that this country was founded on an idea that mankind had never heard about for 5,300 years of recorded history. No one had ever tried to run a country on the idea that you had rights that came from God, not from government. No one understood that. But this country was founded on that powerful principle. And it has spent 240 years perfecting it. Do you recognize that every single great movement in American history, every one, slavery ended, women got the right to vote, the end of segregation and organized discrimination and legalized discrimination, all of the progress was all built on the bedrock of someone demanding that we live up to our founding principles. Even Dr. King, when he gave his speeches, he would talk about live up to the promise of our Declaration of Independence and our founding. Not get rid of the Constitution, not pack the Supreme Court, that was the powerful principle upon all progress in this country. And it's extraordinary, and it's special, and it's worth fighting for and protecting. But it's not automatic, because the freedoms that are given to us from our Creator are natural, but they don't come natural to man. Man, because of its fallen nature, is inclined to tyranny. Mankind, because we are fallen creatures, are inclined towards trying to govern over others, the powerful over the weak, and tell people what to do. We saw that firsthand during the pandemic. There are people that were fired. There are people in our military that have lost their positions or are about to. There are people whose businesses were ruined because they wanted to tell people what to do. And we're not anarchists. We have to have rules. But we can't do that at the expense of our liberty that made our God-given rights possible. And so this is the nation that we now fight to preserve. And that's something that should unify all Americans. And it's worth fighting for and protecting, because if America is no longer the greatest nation on earth, and if what we lose here, if America is no longer special, because it is possible for America to continue to be a rich country and a powerful one, but not a special one, then we will be the first generation of Americans whose children and grandchildren did not inherit a country better than the one that was left to us. And I want no part of that. You want no part of that. Most of us want no part of that. And that's why we have to fight to ensure that people that don't understand that do not have their hands on the levers of power in this country. And that's what drives me. That's what drives me every single day. So at the end of the day, I say this to you. We love this country with all of our heart. It's a country worth fighting for. If you don't love America and you don't like it, you have the freedom to leave. You can leave. No one ever does. Well, except for like Hollywood actors that get on Twitter after they lose an election and they get all freaked out. I'm leaving America. I'm renouncing my citizenship. Nobody ever follows up on it, by the way. They never do. And the couple that did is because they didn't want to pay taxes, so they became citizens of the Bahamas or one of these tax havens. But they never leave. They never leave. I've never heard, have you ever heard of a boatload of American refugees arriving in Cuba? I've never heard of it. Fugitives, maybe fugitives leave. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's a bunch of people that stole money from Medicaid and Medicare that are hiding in Cuba, but not Americans that are seeking a better life, like, oh, we're going to get on a raft and we're going to go somewhere else. It doesn't happen. And there's a reason for it. It's amazing. These people, you listen to them. America has so many problems. It's so evil. It's so bad. But somehow, 5,000 people a day break the law and try to get in here somehow to this horrible place. How ridiculous is that notion? But if they don't like it, they don't have to stay. We can't force anyone to be a part of it. I'm not asking them to leave. I'm just saying you're welcome to. And, well, I did ask some people to leave once. I'll be honest with you. Well, here's what happened was that there was these protests in Cuba demanding liberty, and that scam Black Lives Matter organization put up on Twitter their support for the Castro evil regime. And I said, I am going to offer the assistance of my office to process the visas and immigration paperwork of any member of this group that would like to leave to Cuba. They haven't taken me up on it yet. Because first, the leader would have to sell the mansion she bought with the money from Nike. So anyway, going back to all of this that I'm saying, this is an extraordinary country and it's worth preserving and fighting for. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But we're not going to let anyone destroy it. We're never going to allow anyone to destroy the greatest country in the history of the world. And that's what these elections are about. And we are blessed not just to live in a great country, but in a free one, where our voice is going to be heard. It's being heard now by voting. It'll be heard on Tuesday night. Let's win. Let's win big. Because when you win big, you send a message. And the message is this: we love America. You will not destroy it. We want common sense back in our politics. And we want to leave our children what our parents left for us, the greatest nation in the history of mankind. Thank you, guys. God bless.